I'm sure you would not. I'm ready for you to take the next position up, but then I'm going to move over to that chair. All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. This is the January 15th Planning Commission. Welcome. It's nice to see good turnout in the audience. If you haven't done so and you want to request to speak or file comment, even if you don't want to speak, please make sure you fill out an orange comment card. We'll begin this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Velto. All right, we'll begin with attendance. Callie, roll call.
Manny Becerra.
Present.
Christina Del Villar.
Present.
JD Draculich.
Present.
Alex Velto.
Present.
Sylvia Villanueva.
Here.
Carrie Romeyer.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you. Next item is public comment. Public comment may be on any item on the agenda or any other general public comment. You're welcome to come up and speak 3 minutes, and you do have to fill out a public comment card. Also, if you're here for a specific agenda item, there is opportunity to speak under public comment during that time. Do we have any general public comments?
I'm going to read, and then I'll bring these up. Members of the public may call into the meeting to provide public comment by using the Zoom link provided on the agenda, specifically https://links.reno.gov/links.P/S/01-15-25. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the Planning Commission as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the Planning Commission agenda. Please note that the Planning Commission may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment at this time, please raise your hand. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. We did receive correspondence for this item for a future agenda item. Those have been forwarded to the commission and entered into the record, and I do have some request to speak forms for you.
Thank you. All right, we'll begin with Olivia Tanninger.
Good evening. My name is Olivia Tanninger. I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter. We work on issues pertaining to urban development, transit, land, water, wildlife conservation, as well as climate and energy issues. And we are the state's largest environmental organization. I'd like to note that I appealed the decision this body made to approve the CUP for the Web Data Center in December and talk briefly about my decision to do that. First, I'd like to mention the egregious error that I believe was made in classifying that project as a warehouse through administrative interpretation. I don't know if you're aware, but that same project came before this body in March under the guise of a warehouse. It was not noted at that time that it was a data center because of an administrative interpretation that was issued about a year ago. There are many things that distinguish data centers from warehouses that I don't have the time to go into tonight. I did note them in my appeal. Two of the biggest factors are the intense demand on the energy grid and the water component, namely consumptive use of water and the sewage discharge associated with these projects. Data centers require an extreme amount of both energy and water by several times more than a standard warehouse. There were some other factors that went into our appeal that I'll lay out before council next week, including concerns over adherence to Nevada revised statutes, outlines of roles of administrators, versus appointed and elected officials and adherence to open meeting law. I'm around if anybody has questions about that. So that brings me to the 2 data center projects being considered tonight. It's my understanding that the Opan Data Center requires 635 gallons of water a day in discharge, which is a substantial amount of water in that basin. The Swan Lake Basin, as you might know, already has a very limited sewage capacity, and the staff report outlines that. The possibility of this additional sewage coming to the Swan Lake Basin should raise a lot of flags. I would encourage this body not to permit the development of either of the data centers before you tonight. While the city of Reno grapples with this topic at large, council members are discussing moratoriums on data centers. You will hear from several concerned Renoites, and this issue is too big not to get right. Data centers are contributing to the huge load growth we're seeing in Nevada, an extraordinary amount of energy, and an extraordinary amount of water and sewage capacity that we just don't have. I know you all are sensitive to sewage issues, as you should be, and I am urging you to be cautious and judicious in your approval of these facilities. We will be asking for public reporting on the amount of water and energy these data centers consume going forward. I trust you all are all here because you care about the city of Reno, and as such, I must insist, and my organization insists, that you refrain from making a determination about these data centers or any additional centers that may come before this body until we can all digest exactly what is being asked of our city and what the impacts to its residents will be, both in the short and the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Kathy Fulkerson.
Hello, I'm Kathy Fulkerson. I'm co-facilitator of Third Act Nevada. We're an organization of individuals ages 60 and older who are interested in climate change as well as social justice issues. I'm here to comment on the conditional use permit request for agenda items 6.3 Opan Data Center and 6.4 the Keystone Data Center. As discussed at the January 8th, 2025 Reno City Council meeting under agenda item F1, data centers present unique short-term and long-term environmental impacts that need to be evaluated and approved under a comprehensive city ordinance. Only then can the development of data centers be tied to the city's master plan and overarching sustainability goals. Data centers are our future, and AI is quickly becoming mainstream in nearly every area of our lives. However, data centers are typically very noisy and require huge amounts of energy for both computational purposes and cooling needs. A New York Times article in July 2024 estimated a 20% increase in U.S. energy usage in the next 5 years by 2030. That's huge, much of it due to AI. In addition, data centers often require great volumes of water, and many are surrounded with 8-foot-high security fencing. They return few direct benefits to the communities where they're located, beyond employing people for initial construction and contributing to the city's tax base, but only if they're not given any tax breaks. Because of these huge resource demands and potential for very low returns to communities, I urge you to delay any approvals of conditional use permits for data centers until a comprehensive city ordinance is finalized. Reno residents, as well as all Nevadans, will have to take on higher utility rates to pay for the increasing energy infrastructure and will likely face water shortages without receiving any direct benefits. All data centers should be governed by the same comprehensive city ordinance that addresses these issues head on. I'm running out of time, but we also need to be prepared for the inevitable urban wildfires that will come our way. Will we have enough water on hand to fight them? Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Levinson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Barry Levinson. I am a retired engineer and physician, and I'm currently a volunteer with Sierra Club, and I'm working toward policies that help with climate and environmental justice. So like the last two people you heard, I'm going to kind of reiterate some of the comments. So my comments tonight relate to items 6.3 and 6.4, the Opan and Keystone Data Centers conditional use permits. My first concern is that the city of Reno is still grappling with finalizing a comprehensive ordinance for data centers. How can you approve new data centers if we don't yet have this ordinance finalized? I urge the commission to delay any approvals of the new data centers until the Reno City Council finalizes an ordinance that is tied to Reno's master plan and sustainability goals. My second concern is the huge energy and water demands of data centers. NV Energy ratepayers should not be on the hook paying for the infrastructure required to supply these data centers with electricity. The data centers should be required to BYOE, bring your own energy. Ideally, this energy is renewable solar with battery storage to supply a significant portion of their daytime and nighttime demand. The Opan Data Center is a 61,000 square foot facility. The CUP requires only 5,500 square feet of solar to be installed, utilizing less than 10% of its roof space. There is no mention of battery storage. The Keystone Data Center is 91,000 square feet. The CUP has no requirement for installed solar, much less battery storage. Given these paltry energy generation and storage requirements, NV Energy customers will be on the hook to pay for the generation capacity required to power these data centers. This is simply unacceptable. Regarding water usage, in contrast to solar energy, which is almost infinite in Nevada, water is a limited resource. We need to assure that this limited resource is judiciously allocated and conserved. Using our limited water supply for data centers may not be in the best interest of our community. So in summary, I encourage the commission to delay the approval of any new data centers until the city has finalized an ordinance governing data centers. And all new data centers should be required to maximize their own solar energy, including battery storage, to offload their grid demand. Lastly, water conservation needs to be taken into strong consideration prior to any approvals. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Chris Bell?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Bell. I'm here to address agenda items 6.3 and 6.4 regarding permits for new data centres. I'm a resident of Reno who is concerned about climate change and its very bad implications for Reno. I'm here to implore this Commission to make safeguards where new electrical customers are not rubber-stamped as regular warehouses. Data centres operate 24/7, 365 days per year. Their load is a liability on our grid, and they really must generate their own power. Why are they flocking to Nevada? It is obvious to me that we are being exploited for our ridiculously cheap industrial electricity rate and negligible state tax. This might be tolerated when a factory or business offering substantial long-term jobs relocates to our region, but providing valuable city land for banks of humming machines, I would call a losing deal and exploitation, and maybe even an embarrassment to Reno. Please have some foresight and decline these applications and all subsequent applications until there is a specialised ordinance for data centres with appropriate requirements and standards for this type of development. Their location, water consumption and electrical source should be stringently determined. Yesterday, the President issued an executive order to facilitate data centre build-out. I am a lot less alarmed at this because they will be fast-tracked only if they run them on their own renewable energy generation. Why can't we make the same stipulation? Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Did we receive any more comment requests to speak?
I don't have any more request to speak forms for this item. We do have someone with their hand raised in Zoom. Lisa, when you're ready, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lisa Hill. I am a community member. I'm not associated with any organization. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm commenting on agenda items 6.3 and 6.4. And I agree with the previous speakers that data centers pose a unique development impact on our community that needs careful consideration, given the fact that we have limited water resources, and also we are the fastest warming city in the nation. I myself am concerned about NV Energy continually asking for fee increases to deal with climate mitigation impacts, as well as increases in my homeowner's insurance related to climate change. I'm requesting that the commission deny the permits tonight on these items. And also I'm requesting a moratorium of all data center hearings, again, until the city council and development department can properly assess climate, water, fire risk, and noise impacts, and then create distinct zoning categories and standards for data centers in our community. And this, again, is in line with Reno Master Plan Sections 2.5G, J, K, D, and E. For example, perhaps requiring the use of effluent water rather than potable water for cooling. I like the idea that was mentioned of bring your own energy, requiring self-sustaining renewable energy sources be provided by the developer. Also, getting the fire department involved and looking at the special fire risk mitigation and planning that would be needed for these high heat generation development types. And then I would also like to see, which hasn't already been mentioned, is just a one owner permitting limit to avoid these rollover permitting situations where we see zombie or sleeper developments that go unnoticed in the community that many of us sometimes forget about when they have been approved in times past. Finally, I'd like to see the increase in the noticing radius for public alerts and comments due to all of the aforementioned concerns as well as the noise impacts. Thank you very much for listening to my comments, and I look forward to the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We received one more, Rose Walterbeek.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Rose Walterbeek. I'm a 22-year resident of Reno. And like all of you here and members of the audience and members of a Zoom, this is such a special place for us to live with our beautiful Truckee River, and really very unique from our pristine water flowing from Lake Tahoe all the way down to our tribal areas into Pyramid Lake. People come here for recreation and the beautiful mountains to ski and to make homes and raise families, of which I did as well. I'm a transplant from California. I oppose the application for 6.3 and 6.4 for many reasons that were stated tonight. I have deep concerns about data centers. Again, I am very new to finding out about this item and data centers in general, but they're working 24/7. They are consuming an incredible amount of water, and even when the electricity to cool the centers aren't available, there's backup systems. So we're going to be talking about acid batteries, above-ground diesel tanks. The one application is on Keystone and 2nd. That is a stone's throw away from our pristine Truckee River, and that's all of our drinking water. So I really urge you to put the brakes on this. I am an active hiker. I'm actually just started a Truckee River walking series. I'm calling myself the Bridge Walker. I invite you to come with me. But we're going over all the bridges, 120 miles. And that would be a stone's throw away, that location on Keystone and 2nd. Unbelievable that that would even be considered for our drinking water, fire suppression, etc. in today's environment. So I strongly urge you to hit pause, do some more research. I strongly oppose, and I hope I am representative of some common sense in the city of Reno and really what we're doing with all the efforts we're making to get folks out to restaurants, to go to the McKinley Arts Center, to walk dogs along the Truckee River, that this application is even being considered the Keystone one. So thank you so much respectfully for your time, and come walk with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Helena Collin.
Hi, I'm Helena Coughlin, and I've lived in this area my entire life, going back a few generations. And I'm kind of learning all about these data centers just recently, and I'm very concerned. The more that I learn, the more concerned I am. And when I started learning about how much they're going to impact our water resources, which we already know that how important those are in this environment that we live in the desert. Hearing about sewage capacity, all the things other people have talked about, I am, as a resident of this area, concerned about the energy uses of these data centers and how if they may impact the people that live here with our own energy prices. If they aren't producing enough, getting enough energy from the solar and what they're talking about putting a little bit of that on, then you know that those costs of energy are going to get tacked on to us, the people that live here. So I really hope that you will really think about what this proposal here for 6.3 and 6.4, also the one that Rosie mentioned a bit ago, the one that was already been talked about. I'm very, very concerned about that. Hearing about the noise concerns, I think about neighborhoods or people that, you know, like myself, I spend a lot of time in the outdoors in this whole area. I take hundreds of people that live in this area, maybe even a couple thousand a year, on outings in all around the Truckee Meadows. So I've been a trip leader for about 37 years. I really, really hope that you will consider putting the brakes on this for now, learning a lot more about what these data centers mean to the people who live here, the people who love this area. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment for under agenda item number 3? Okay, close that public comment period. And we'll move to item 4, approval of the minutes. 4.1, the minutes from April 17th, 2024.
Commissioner Draculich, I wasn't at that meeting, so I'll abstain from the vote.
Commissioner Villanueva, I vote to approve. I just want to make sure that we also incorporate, by reference, any context and the recording of the meeting into to be sure that all of it's included. But yes, I'd like to motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Becerra, second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The meeting minutes from December 5th, 2024.
Commissioner Villanueva, I have to abstain.
Commissioner Valto, move to approve.
Commissioner Del Villar, I second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And the minutes from December 18th, 2024.
Commissioner Valto, move to approve.
Commissioner Villanueva, second.
All right. Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right. Moving to, or closing item 4, moving to item 5, election of officers. I believe tonight we are filling the position of the vice chair of the Planning Commission.
Sure. Madam Chair, if I may.
I would love to throw my support, my unequivocal support for Commissioner Sylvia Villanueva as our next vice chair. Her thoughtful approach to decision-making, dedication to the community, and commitment to upholding the principles of integrity and fairness make her an excellent candidate for this leadership role alongside you, of course. So,
I second that.
Just for clarification, Mike, if you can help me out. Since we obviously has a vacancy and we made some moves, we have a regular time when we bring in a new chair and vice chair. So will there be another vote or election of officers in 4 or 5 months or so, or what's the regular schedule on that?
For the record, Mike Raley, Planning Manager. Yes, that's correct. So this is to fill the vacancy from Harris Armstrong. So since Carrie Romeyer was the vice chair, she moves into the chair role, and then we need to reappoint a vice chair.
Okay, and will there be an election of officers in 6 months or this starting now?
I believe our next election of officers is in June.
Okay, and my only, I support Commissioner Villanueva moving to vice chair if she's open to it. I think my only concern is if we have any commissioners that are new or have their terms still going. Like for me, myself, I would throw my hat in, my term ends in June. So I'd want to give someone a shot who's going to be there for a year. So yeah, if Commissioner Villanueva is going to stay committed to the commission, then I support it, and it's good for me.
All right, we have a motion and a second, I believe.
Yeah, Commissioner Del Villar, I second.
Now we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. All right, closing item number 5, moving to item number 6, the public hearings. Any person who has chosen to provide his or her public comment when a public hearing is heard will need to do so by indicating on the request to speak form. And you may also provide public comment either at the beginning of the meeting or at the end of the meeting. But we will move to item 6.1, L&H CUP. Do we have a presentation from staff?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Principal Planner with the City of Reno Development Services Department, presenting this evening LDC 2523, L&H Concrete CUP. So this is a request for a conditional use permit to allow for outdoor storage in the mixed-use suburban zone, and also to allow for non-residential development within 300 feet of residentially zoned property. The subject site is 6.69 acre parcel. It's on the south side of Virginia Street, about 0.4 miles north of Golden Valley, Virginia intersection. Key issues with this request are area compatibility and building and site design. Again, this is in the mixed-use suburban zoning district. Maintenance, repair, and renovation use, which is a long way of saying a contractor's office, is allowed by right. What does require a conditional use permit is the outdoor storage component, and again, that residential zoning proximity. The site is master planned industrial. It's also identified in the structure plan as an employment area and industrial logistics along that portion of the North Virginia corridor. Some supporting policies are Policy 1 regarding the overall mix and types of industrial uses within that corridor, overall residential compatibility, which we are evaluating this evening, and overall varied building design. So the existing site is generally undeveloped. There has been some grading work done from previous entitlements that were not completed. The site has a history of unlicensed outdoor storage operations. As long as I have aerial images of the site, there's been vehicles and equipment on it. In 2016, a special use permit was approved to solidify that, bring that up to code for a mini warehouse and outdoor storage use on the site. That did expire. And in 2018, a very similar proposal, again for mini warehouse and outdoor storage, expired, with building permits being effectuated but expired around 2022. So overall site design, the building fronts North Virginia Street with service bays facing the interior. There's about a 35-foot landscape buffer between proposed building and, the proposed sidewalk and building, with the rear area allocated for the outdoor storage use. Mixed-use suburban zone requires a minimum of 20% landscaping. The project is compliant, provides full perimeter landscaping, and will require to have a solid fence and wall screening required around the outdoor storage area. Building design, the project proposes demolition of the existing structures. It's kind of a hodgepodge of two outbuildings that are currently there on the site. They propose a construction of a new 8,300 square foot office and shop for L&H for concrete contracting operation and maintenance. I just want to make clear that there's no concrete pouring or mixing or outdoor fabrication proposed with this request. Those types of uses would require an amendment or a new conditional use permit if that was ever contemplated. Site compatibility, again, the site is within the master planned industrial corridor. The nearest residentially zoned property is 330 feet to the south across that railroad parcel. To address further compatibility, condition number 6 is recommended to limit hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and restrict operations to the office and indoor vehicle maintenance use and outdoor vehicle and equipment storage. Also, condition number 7 would restrict construction hours during the construction process. I did want to bring it to attention, a memo was provided to the Planning Commission this afternoon regarding modifications to condition number 6. The original application included 11 freestanding outdoor lights. For some reason, this wasn't incorporated in the initial analysis, and condition number 6 just precluded them, even though that was part of the request. So the outdoor lighting, as recommended, is needed for on-site security. While we didn't receive any specific comments from RPD on this specific application, a consistent comment for all outdoor storage is the need for some 24-hour lighting to provide security for outdoor storage operations. So as proposed, the proposed lighting meets or exceeds all RMC lighting standards and residential adjacency requirements. These include code standards adopted with the 2021 update, dark sky lighting, 25-foot maximum height. There's no foot candle, so no luminescence at the property line, appropriate light temperature, maximum lumens, and et cetera. So the proposed modification to subsection 4 of condition 6 would be, instead of precluding outdoor lighting, would be to ensure that that lighting is reduced to security levels by 6 p.m. Security level lighting shall be a minimum of 30% reduction from photometric plan standards. Basically, code already has a pretty aggressive maximum lumen standard based on dark sky standards of 100,000 lumens. That's your total light area on the site. They're already below that with what they're proposing, and after 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., the lighting on site would be about almost half of what would otherwise be allowed under dark skies. The findings are here for your consideration. It's consistent with code and allowed with the conditional use permit, generally surrounded by other industrial and storage uses. Conditions 6 through 7 limit hours of business activity and construction activity. Meets outdoor storage use standards, MS zoning development standards. The surrounding area is built out, public services and utilities are in place. It's a low traffic generating use and compatible with other industrial uses as conditioned, and impacts such as smoke, glare, dust, noise, vibrations, fumes, pollution, or odors as conditioned are adequately addressed. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation from the applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. Veronica Barden for the record. Honored to be here tonight representing L&H Concrete and Tectonics Design Group. Thank you for the opportunity to share our vision for this project and to discuss how it fits into our community's goals and values. Nathan did a fantastic job of going over all the project details, so this will be quick and brief. L&H Concrete is more than just a business. It's Northern Nevada's success story, founded by Matt Long's father. Matt Long is the applicant. In the late 1990s, it has grown into a family-owned company deeply rooted in the fabric of our community. Today, Matt continues his father's legacy with a strong commitment to quality, integrity, and giving back to the place they've always called home. This project is a reflection of those values, and I'm excited to walk you through it. The site for our project is an underutilized 6.7-acre parcel along North Virginia Street, west of Golden Valley Road. We see this property as a tremendous opportunity to bring new life and purpose to this dilapidated site through thoughtful development. Our proposal is to construct an 8,300 square foot facility that will serve as L&H's concrete shop and office with outdoor storage located at the back of the property. It's carefully designed, planned, and aligns with the mixed-use suburban zoning and the industrial designation in the master plan, ensuring it's both compatible and compatible with surrounding uses. We're here tonight to request your approval for the conditional use permit to allow outdoor storage and also to allow non-residential development within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property. We've designed the site to prioritize compatibility with its surroundings by incorporating strategic buffering, thoughtful site planning, and minimizing any potential impact on nearby properties, and while being a good neighbor, while fulfilling a critical business need. A little background about L&H. This isn't just another business. L&H Concrete is a cornerstone of the Northern Nevada community. Their commitment to giving back is extraordinary. They actively support organizations like Nevada Bighorns Unlimited, the Trucker Foundations in Winnemucca, and Mrs. Long is part of the early Head Start program at UNR. L&H, they sponsor 3 youth soccer programs, local little leagues, and they regularly donate to our local high schools. And most importantly, why you ask this particular site, 60 out of their 65 employees live in the North Valleys, meaning this project directly supports local families. This is a project that uplifts the community, keeps jobs local, and strengthens the tie that binds us. Here's the site plan. We have storage in the back, the shop at the front. The entry point to the shop is faced away from North Virginia Street. A few more additional grading points while I bring up my notes. So as you can see, on the right-hand side, there is a naturally existing berm. So the proposed storage area sits below grade from the graded berm and thus acts as a natural screening, as well as there's landscaping proposed near the fence. If you look closely again, the southern property line and the fence, there's a significant distance between those, so we're keeping it as is and letting the natural vegetation in there exist. This is the landscaping plan. Here are the elevations. We meet MS zoning standards. 5 out of 9 architectural standards are shown here, and we also meet the 40% ground level interest that's required along North Virginia. Traffic study. Trip generation calculations were based on the projected number of employees, as the IT trip generation manual does not have specific rates for maintenance shops. The project is expected to generate minimal traffic with 5 employees arriving during the AM peak hour and departing during the PM peak hour. The trip generation was compared to IT rates for warehouse, demonstrating comparable and minimal impacts on traffic. The proposed project is anticipated to generate approximately 26 daily trips, 8 AM peak hour trips, and 8 PM peak hour trips. And this is a project that works within the existing capacity and respects the flow of the neighborhood. Noise generation. We've taken significant steps to ensure this project is as quiet and low impact as possible, starting with no on-site concrete production. Operations are strictly limited to office use, vehicle parking, and concrete construction equipment storage. We are only asking for regular business hours, so there are no 24/7 operations, and noise thresholds are consistent with standard daytime activity. Outdoor storage with minimal impact, again, just RVs, materials at the back of the property. These are minimal noise generating activities. And we have the Chewy's distribution center next to us. We're very different from Chewy's. We have a high-intensity, 24/7 industrial use next door. However, our project is a low-intensity use with significantly lower noise levels. We are compliant with the daytime and nighttime noise ordinances as set forth in the Reno Municipal Code. The trucks are equipped with kill switches to prevent idling noise. So we've gone above and beyond to design a project that blends seamlessly with its surroundings. There's also condition number 6, might be wrong, Nathan, that limits noise generation from the trucks that have the backup beeping noises. Sustainability of the project. At its core, this project is a perfect fit for the site and the community. It complies fully with the City of Reno zoning and reimagined master plan. It's thoughtfully designed to minimize impacts and maximize compatibility with neighboring uses. Most importantly, it supports a long-standing family-owned business that has been an integral part of Northern Nevada for decades. This isn't just about land use, it's supporting a legacy and investing in our local economy. Well, thank you so much for your time and for considering this proposal. I do have the applicant here with me, as well as the project engineer, to answer any follow-up questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close, we will open this to public comment on items specifically identified for item 6.1. And did we have any public comment cards or anyone on Zoom?
I do not have any correspondence for this item or public comment cards, and no one has their hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, terrific. We'll close the public comment and open it to the commission to ask questions of staff and the applicants. Any questions? Oh, disclosures, correction. We will start there with disclosures from the commissioners, starting with Commissioner Velto.
Commissioner Velto, familiar with the site?
Commissioner Del Villar, familiar with the site and met with some of the applicants at the recent NAB in December.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer, no disclosures.
Commissioner Villanueva, no disclosures.
Commissioner Becerra, familiar with the site.
Commissioner Dreckler, familiar with the site.
All right, thank you. Now we'll take questions from the commission.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Commissioner Del Villar, I believe this is probably more for the applicant, but I'm trying to understand the outdoor storage usage. There's a couple of sort of conflicting things that I'm hearing. One is storing of the trucks that you have, and then the other one is actually it would be used for an RV and boat storage. So I'm just trying to understand what this actual outdoor storage is for.
I'll let the applicant kind of touch
thank you.
base on that.
Thank you. Matt Long, owner of L&H Concrete. So the pros is the property's kind of split in half. Where the front half of our office is where we're going to have our trailer storage, equipment storage trucks that need to stay there overnight. And then we want to rent out the back half for future RV storage, boat storage is needed.
Okay.
That's what the property was when we bought it, so just trying to help back out what was there.
Okay, because you talk about the trucks and that it wouldn't be 24-hour access, which is great. But if it does turn into RV storage, are those people who have their RVs and boat, will they have access 24 hours?
No, they won't.
So
No,
it'll be
we have a
limited.
locking gate. We have a security gate right there that they'll be operational hours the same as regular, 6 to 6.
And this, I think, might be more for the city, but I'm not sure who, so thank you. If this conditional use permit is approved and then L&H at some point decides that it would mix concrete there, or, sorry, forgive the terminology, is that a potential, or what's the impact of that?
Nathan Gilbert, for the record, no, that's not an option.
Okay.
We wouldn't be able to approve any business license for that operation. That's a separate conditional use permit.
Got it.
Any operation like that would come to the planning commission first.
Great, thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Nathan, if you could come up. Thank you. Can you explain the difference between an outdoor storage and a salvage yard and how this differs from a salvage yard?
Sure, Nathan Gilbert, for the record. A salvage yard, a great example right up the street is Copart, right? That's where wrecked vehicles and tow trucks come. Off the top of my head, I don't know the semantics of the definition, but basically it's a wreck yard, a junkyard. This is not a junkyard. This is outdoor storage. Any vehicles that are stored have to be operable. They can't be junk vehicles.
Okay. And then if this were to, if over time, decades go by, and this were to be used that way, would they be, I guess, in breach of this
Yes,
permit?
that would be inconsistent with the conditional use permit.
Okay, and then one more question. So I saw at condition 6, I think there was some confusion, but it says here, the rear of the property will be used for outdoor storage. The applicant has proposed that gravel be provided as a foundation. So it will be gravel and not pavement, is that right?
I don't know if Michelle can help me with the engineering aspect of that. What I would say is it's kind of a bridge between a full asphalt paving, but I'll let Mike address that.
Mike Michelle, engineering manager, for the record. Yeah, it'll be gravel.
And then it goes on to say, although not a formal condition, City of Reno engineering staff will require any drive aisle connection be treated with an oil, I don't know what this means, but will be treated with an oil emulsion.
The drive aisles will be paved, but the storage component will be gravel.
Okay, and if there's oil, or is there like a prevention for oil spillage and things like that from the car sitting? Is there anything?
Yes, there is.
So can you explain that? I just don't understand what it's saying here.
Yeah, that's the standard condition that we have, that there be pre-treatment devices in the.
For like standing vehicles,
yeah.
just, what is that? Is it just some kind of, I don't know what that is. What does that look like? Or, I don't know cars very well, so what's the prevention tactic?
Well, it would be, if there are any drains in the surface, there would be pre-treatment devices installed, like sand, oil separators.
To absorb?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Commissioner Draculich online, do you have any questions?
No, I'm doing good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Are we ready to move to discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Becerra? All right, let's move to discussion. Any comments or entertain a motion?
Commissioner Villanueva, motion to, actually, Commissioner Villanueva, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit, subject to conditions listed in the staff report.
We need to add the memo in the motion, the change to condition 6.
Yeah, so if we could just add, if the commission is willing to, just add the modifications provided in the memo to the planning commission and presented during my presentation.
Okay, so based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit subject to conditions listed in staff report and subject to the conditions set forth in the memo provided to staff.
Commissioner Becerra, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Good luck with your project. We will move to 6.2 Western Road.
From staff to us.
We'll start with a presentation from staff.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. You might be sick of me by the end of the night tonight, but hopefully not. All right. So the first case of three that I'm bringing you is the zoning map amendment for the western, 900 Western Road, and that's LDC 25-24. This project is about 0.83 acres located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Omaha Street and Western Road. The parcel is developed with a single-family home that was built in approximately 1940. The request before you tonight is a zone change from SF3 to SF8, and no uses or buildings are currently proposed. As we zoom in here, you can see that the surrounding land uses are single-family homes to the north, east, and west, and to the south you have vacant parcels as well as a single-family home. The key issues that staff analyzed are zoning compatibility and master plan conformance. The zoning district is single-family residential, 3 units per acre. That zone is compatible with the underlying master plan land use designation. The proposed change is to single-family residential, 8 units per acre. Many properties within the vicinity of the site are also zoned SF8, most notably the Panther Valley Estates subdivision located immediately to the north. Both zoning districts are primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached residential uses. However, the proposed change to the SF8 zone would allow for the same developable area shared by many of the surrounding properties without compromising master plan conformance. I will also note that at the Ward 4 NAB meeting on December 19th, public comments centered around the preservation efforts for the existing mature trees, the potential subdivision and development of up to 6 residential lots, and the future neighborhood outreach efforts that they would request to happen from the developer. The master plan land use is single-family neighborhood, and here are 2 policies in support of the zone change request. This is a comparison of the development standards between the existing SF3 and the proposed SF8. I would call your attention to the first line for the setbacks and the last line for the minimum lot size. Those are the 2 primary areas where SF3 and SF8 differ, and you can see those here. Here are the recommended findings for the zoning map amendment. Staff can make all recommended findings, and here is the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any presentation from the applicant tonight?
That was efficient.
Good evening. For the record, Ryan Sims with Axion Engineering here on behalf of the applicant. I'm not going to make another presentation. I don't have a lot to add, being that we don't have a project or a layout or anything at this point to show, so I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We will go to public comment. We received one request to speak form from Heidi Schenk.
Thank you. I've got a PowerPoint that I would like someone to pull up, please. I'm part of the Panther Valley development. I see other neighbors here. I'm very concerned about this becoming 6 rental units. We have a very small and quiet subdivision, and the rental unit, can you pull up that? Yeah, that's okay. Okay. We're hoping that, oh, there we go. So I want to be a good neighbor, and I'm very concerned.
There's a clicker right in front of you.
Click. The mouse? This thing.
Just click that forward. Yep.
Okay. The proposal had been to have up to 4 houses in the right-hand side, the right-hand half of the property, and to have up to 2 houses if they have to take down the house there at Western Road. My concern is the width of the spaghetti lots is, I have it calculated. The house is going to be torn down. I mean, it's a 25-year roof. The concrete is faulty. The steps are a hazard. It is 2-story. We had a grandfathered lot, as you see, that is the SF3. Now, there are many other SF3s, and that does include a easement area, both for the utilities and for the water. We have a ditch behind my house, and that does fill up whenever there's rain. So there is going to be a drainage problem on the right-hand side of this lot. This is my Panther Valley Kern neighborhood. The lots in general, and I'm using my own specific one as an example, it's very similar to all the others, 60 feet wide and up to 129 feet deep. The other lots that are SF3 are longer, or mostly longer than the 290, and that's why I didn't present them here. I'm going for identical to 900 Western in this calculation and presentation of area involved. If 6 houses are put in, and if the driveways are going out to Western, that's only 48 feet wide lots, so that's why I say spaghetti. If there's 5 and the other house is torn down, it would be 58 feet. And again, we're leaving out this easement that is going to have to be in there for the water ditch drainage. The right-hand side, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any other public comment for this item?
I do not have any more requests to speak forms. I don't believe anyone in Zoom has their hand raised. We did receive additional correspondence that was forwarded to the commission and entered into the public record.
All right, thank you. We will do disclosures from the commission, starting with Commissioner Becerra.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, I am familiar with the site.
Commissioner Villanueva, no disclosures.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer, familiar with the site.
Commissioner Del Villar, familiar with the site and heard the presentation at the NAB back in December.
Commissioner Velto, familiar with the site.
Commissioner Draculich, no disclosures.
All right. Does anyone on the commission have questions for staff or the applicant?
Sure. Madam Chair. Commissioner Becerra, I think one for Jeff.
Yes, sir.
You're doing great, Jeff. Just
The night is still young.
it is. Yeah, we're in it together for sure. This seems pretty standard. It seems like a good thing for housing options, a little bit of infill. But I do want to empathize with Ms. Heidi S., and I don't want to try to pronouncing your last name because I'll mess it up there. Just wanted to, she had shared some concerns, and were those concerns things that you all had considered and maybe conditioned with the proposal before us, or?
So Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. What you have before you tonight is a zone change. And we unfortunately don't have the mechanism where we can condition a zone change. So, and in fact, zone changes often come forward without any kind of specific associated development proposal. You might recall a couple months ago, I brought you the Arrowleaf zone change. There was also an associated conditional use permit for that project. That was the 168 multifamily units, right? At that point in time, we knew what was going on, okay? And conditions of approval were included on the conditional use permit. The zone change itself, though, is not an entitlement where we can condition anything. So, and again, often we don't know what's actually going to be proposed. In this case, the cat was let out of the bag that potentially it would be developed as a residential subdivision. In theory, it could be built up to 6 units based on this parcel size. The reality is that's not likely to happen. It's probably more likely 4 or 5 units, and Ryan Sims could speak to that too. But again, because this is a zone change, we're not really diving into the particulars of the potential development of the site, and also recognize that if this was developed with anything more than 4 units, i.e. a tentative map, that would be an application that would come forward before this body at some point down the road. And of course, whether or not it goes forward with a tentative map or just straight to building permits, all of the kinds of infrastructure type of issues, the roadway width, frontage, drainage, all of those things would be addressed at that point in time.
That helps a lot. Thank you, Jeff.
Don't go. I have a question for Jeff. So I was over there and I noticed that the property, there's like a berm kind of at the back of it. Are there potentially any height restrictions for either SB3 or SB8 in terms of like how tall they can actually?
So the zone, SF8, does have its own inherent lot and use, lot and building standards.
Okay.
Including lot widths, heights of structures, et cetera. So yes, anything that would come forward in terms of a residential use would be required to comply with the associated SF8 lot and building standards.
Do you know what that is? I'm just trying to like picture it in my head.
So for SF8, the maximum building height is 35 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, so the housing, the residential housing, just to, I think it's, I can't tell if it's north or south of it, but where the units are, where I suspect the public speaker resides, somewhere in that neighborhood, what is that zoned?
That is also SFA, and that was
SF8,
the
okay.
primary point of comparison.
Okay.
That you have SF8, and can I get the presentation up, if you would, please? To show Commissioner Villanueva. So what you'll see here momentarily is that the uses to the right here. So on the right, you see the proposed zoning. On the left, you see the current zoning. You can distinguish the color of yellow on that left-hand side. The current SF3 is kind of a darker yellow. To the north and to the south, you see a lighter yellow. Those are all SF8. And so the proposed zone would match exactly what you see to the north and to the south.
So it would arguably make sense, I mean, it would essentially align this with the zoning code adjacent, just adjacent to.
Adjacent to
The
the north and the south, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You bet.
Sorry, Commissioner Del Villar, I'm not sure if it's a question for you or the applicant's representative, but there's a lot of trees out there now, and I know it will depend on what actually goes in there. But is there a way to, like, and again, it's not necessarily a condition, but just to consider preserving as many of those trees as possible? Because some of them are kind of cool.
Sure, and I would be happy to have the applicant's representative address that.
Awesome, thank you.
For the record, again, Ryan Sims at Axion Engineering. Yeah, some discussion has been had about the preservation of those trees. There's some concern that they haven't been watered for years now because of the house being vacant. But in speaking to the applicant and the owner today, as a matter of fact, that was discussed, and whatever development plan we come up with, that's going to be a focal point, is to try to preserve that vegetation as much as possible. There was also a conversation that the owner had with the councilman from that ward. So yes, there will be an effort made to preserve as many of those trees as possible.
Awesome, thank you very much. That's all.
Do we have any questions from Commissioner Draculich online?
No, I'm good. Thank you for checking in.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Any discussion? Or, I'm sorry.
I was going to add to discussion, I'm good for questions.
Okay. All right, moving into discussion. Why don't you kick us off?
For discussion, I think, as we heard from staff, the application is just a text, or it's just an amendment to the zone. There will be an opportunity to, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, there will be an opportunity for neighbors to come in down the road once the development and some more information is available regarding what's going to be, the type of development that's going to be put in. So if this goes through, this won't be the last opportunity for public comment. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Motion.
Madam Chair, happy to make a motion, echo Vice Chair Villanueva's sentiments there. Mr. Jeff or Callie or crew, you mind helping me out with the motion? Thank you, sir. In the matter of case LDC 25-00024, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend that City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance.
This is Commissioner Del Villar. I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess before we dive into data centers.
Good time to stretch, y'all.
All right, we're gonna come back to our meeting. Hate to break the party.
Everyone, can you guys?
Could you find your seats, please? Thank you. All right, thank you. Now we're going to move to item 6.3, the Opan Data Center, starting with a presentation from staff.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record, bringing you the first of 2 data center projects tonight. This one is called the Opan 5 Megawatt Data Center, and it's LDC 25-22. So this project is about a 7-acre site on the north side of North Virginia, east of Stead Boulevard. It is a vacant parcel. The parcel historically contained residential uses dating back to the 1950s. From the early 2000s through at least 2021, the western portion of the site was used for outdoor storage, namely primarily vehicles and trailers, and by 2023, the last private residences were established. I did also want to point out that this site is near the recently approved web data center, and that's shown there. The request before you tonight is a conditional use permit to allow the development of a data center, as well as business operations between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Zooming in, the surrounding land uses, you can see a warehouse and distribution uses to the north and the south. To the west, you have a non-conforming mobile home park. And to the east, you have an undeveloped parcel that is utilized for outdoor storage. The key issues that staff analyzed are compatibility with surrounding land uses as well as site design. The zoning district is industrial commercial, and the master plan land use is industrial. And here are 7 goals and policies that support the proposed request. You're already familiar with this from the web data center, but I'm going to run you through it again. In January of last year, the definition of a data center was incorporated into the Reno Municipal Code through an administrative interpretation. That ADM was incorporated into the Title 18 or RMC last week at Council. A data center is now a recognized use permitted in the IC zone with the approval of a conditional use permit. And as you know, data centers have significantly less truck traffic, loading and unloading needs, as well as the requirement for dock doors in comparison with a warehouse or distribution center. Moving on to compatibility with surrounding land uses. The proposed project involves 24-hour indoor operations. This area is generally characterized by industrial uses and zoning that allows 24-hour operations by right. The nearest residentially zoned property is about 1,400 feet away, separated from the site by the freeway and industrial uses. I'll call your attention to it there. The site also has that non-conforming residential use, the mobile home park to the west. There is a truck dock proposed at the northwest corner of the building. As a result, staff is including condition number 5 that limits the hours for truck arrivals and departures, idling, and on-site movement. For the western property line adjacent to that mobile home park, the project's acoustical study showed that the project should not exceed maximum allowable noise levels, namely the 49 decibels for the nighttime noise level between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. during the typical operational scenario. However, the typical condition, 48 decibels, is close to that maximum allowable noise level. Therefore, the acoustical consultant recommended mitigations be added to account for reasonable error by either the manufacturer's noise data, the model, or field conditions. Staff is therefore recommending conditions 6 and 7 to ensure compliance with the noise standards in RMC. Staff is also recommending the standard construction hours restriction, and that's condition number 8. As proposed and as conditioned, staff believes that the use is generally compatible with the existing land uses in the area. Moving on to site design, the site plan includes a backup generator yard on the north side with approximately 7 generators, and these generators would only be used during a power failure or during necessary periodic testing or maintenance per condition number 9. The site plan also includes water tanks, parking, landscaping, and security and screening fencing, as well as a stormwater detention basin. The truck dock is proposed at the northwest corner of the building, and it is not visible from North Virginia Street. There are 2 drive-in doors on the eastern side of the building that will only be used during build-out of the data halls. The proposed site lighting meets code requirements, and no lighting is directed onto adjacent properties. I would also point out that at the Ward 4 NAB, there was a request to redesign the security fence, which the applicant agreed to, and that's condition number 10. The generators that along that northern side are screened from the mobile home park by a perforated metal screen panel and the security fence. The applicant also proposed a row of 6-foot evergreen trees along that western perimeter to improve the screening, and we included that recommendation as condition number 11. Moving on to the landscaping, IC zone requires 100% of the front yard to be landscaped, which you can see they have accomplished that. In addition to the required front yard landscape and street trees, 9 additional trees, primarily evergreens, are proposed between North Virginia and the building to help obscure the fencing, the water tank screening panels, and the building itself, and that's included in condition number 12. To further sustainability initiatives, the applicant has proposed conditions 13 to 18. These address roof design that is ready to support the photovoltaic solar arrays, installation of approximately 5,500 square feet of solar arrays on the rooftop, installation of conduit to support future EV charging, installation of low-flow domestic water fixtures, utilization of low VOC materials, and best practices in source separation and diversion from the landfill. Here are the recommended CUP findings. Diving in a bit on each of these, is the project consistent with RMC? Yes. It is allowed with a conditional use permit and with compliance with the standards of the zone and the conditional use permit. So yes, it is allowed and consistent with RMC. Is the project, are land use and project design compatible with surrounding development? Yes. The project the project site is generally surrounded by other industrial uses, and conditions 5 to 8 mitigate potential noise impacts. Is the project consistent with development standards? Yes. It's a data center, and it meets the data center use standards and the IC standards, as well as things such as parking and lighting. Are public services and utilities available? Yes. The surrounding area is built out. Public services and utilities are in place, and the applicant has secured a commitment from NV Energy to supply the power. Are the characteristics of the project compatible? Yes. It involves indoor operations, it's a low traffic generating use, and it is compatible with other industrial uses in the area. Would the project be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare? No, it would not. It involves no or minimal smoke, glare, dust, vibration, fumes, pollution, or odors, and again, condition 9 limits the generator use. I would also point out that with the zoning that this project site is located under, another use could come along and be built by right, i.e. a warehouse or distribution center, that could have much greater impacts on the surrounding area, the surrounding land uses, the surrounding road network. So this project, by comparison, has a much lower potential impact than other uses that could be developed by right on this site. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the proposed conditional use permit. Here's the recommended findings, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll have a presentation from the applicant, please.
Hi, my name is Dylan Rusk. For the record, I'm with Applicant Investment Company. We are at 400 Water Street in Excelsior, Minnesota. Just wanted to start off by saying thanks to Jeff. It's been a lot of work over the last couple months, and he has really done a tremendous job at vying for the community and making sure that we're putting the best foot forward in terms of incorporating conditions of approval to meet both Planning Commission's comments from the Web Data Center as well as comments received at the NAB meeting. I'm going to try not to double up on any information that Jeff just went over. But I think I'm going to start by kind of, I guess, educating what an edge data center is in the landscape of data center infrastructure. So, I think most folks are probably familiar with some of the large hyperscale data centers out in Trick. Those are, again, the 200, 300 megawatt data centers plus that, can be 500,000 square feet or, 1 million square foot buildings. And those are typically, again, high compute needs where data processing is part of the core business to the tenants who occupy them. So, this is where you can think of your cloud service providers like a Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. And again, those are owned by those companies and operated by those companies. Then just below that, you'll have a co-location facility similar to the one that was previously proposed. And as the name suggests, it's a smaller building to a hyperscale facility, and it comes with multiple tenants, and it's more of a business model suited to smaller users that have at least the scale to have their own servers, but may not have the economies of scale to build their own facilities, as that's very costly. And then just below that brings us to what we're proposing, which is an edge data center. In this case, it's a 60,000 square foot building. It's 5 megawatts of server power, which is, there's nuances to it, but it's 5 megawatts is what's required to power all of the server racks. And then there is some additional power requirements for, just back of house, mechanical cooling, et cetera. And we can get into the specifics of that later when we're talking about power. But, there were a lot of comments from, that we received just over email or through the portal regarding this use, us targeting Reno for either cheap power, cheap land, access to water, and at least with our use, that's specifically not the intention. The intention of an edge data center is to bring additional server capacity closer to the users and closer to the data that they're actually holding on these servers. So that's a little background on our project, aside from what Jeff already went over. With regards to the site plan, one thing I want to point out is that, yes, it's a 60,000 square foot data center, but we are taking a phased approach to how we're building out each of the data halls. So we have 8,000 square feet of office space, and then the remaining 52,000 or 53,000 square feet will be split into 5 data centers, or data halls, excuse me, each again with that in 1 megawatt tranches of server capacity. And with our initial development plan, assuming we were to get approval tonight and proceed with permitting, we would break ground later this year, early 2026, and deliver just the first 10,000 square foot data hall and the admin spaces along with the whole shell. And important to note, because that means, yes, we're submitting to NV Energy for the 8.5 megawatt requirement and our total water usage, but that will be ramped up over the next 5 years as we expand the build out of our building. I don't think there's much to note on the traffic side or on the traffic front. I just did want to point out that currently on the site there is an approved 140,000 square foot industrial building, which comes with significant number of dock doors and significantly more truck traffic. Truck traffic is not a part of the day-to-day operations, aside from during construction, which would happen with any project. We do not foresee significant numbers of trucks coming daily, as there's just nothing for them to deliver, and it's not a part of the operations. Again, this is just an overview to show you our site in relation to the surrounding uses. It's a very industrial zone. Regarding landscape, I have Barb. So Stantec helped us out on both our civil engineering and landscape engineering. Barb's local, so, and the landscape engineer, so.
All right, thank you. So for the record, my name's Barb Santner. I'm a landscape architect with Stantec here in Reno. Been practicing here for over 30 years. And Jeff really hit on most of the highlights with regards to landscape, but I'll just make a few other points. So the front yard landscape requirements are fulfilled, 1 tree and 6 shrubs per 300 square feet of the front yard. So we've got that met. Half evergreen, half deciduous. And then along the street, there's a requirement along arterials and collectors to have 1 shade tree and 6 shrubs for every 30 feet of street frontage along North Virginia Street. So that is also provided. It's the long row of trees that you see kind of at the bottom of the plan. That would be provided in a parkway strip. And then the parking lot is on the left side of the building. 1 tree for every 10 parking spaces. 2 are required. We've got 5. And then, as Jeff mentioned, we're adding 6 trees on the left side of the property to provide a little additional buffering to the mobile home park on that side. Just a couple other points. Everything, the plants would be real drought tolerant and suitable for this climate. Everything would be on drip irrigation. And then another point to bring up would be that we do know that the RTC plans to widen North Virginia Street in the future. And this site plan actually shows what is currently the tentative plan for that. It has a 10-foot wide multi-purpose path and a parkway strip, so that we can make sure that any of that landscaping that's proposed would dovetail with the future RTC plans. It could be that it may make more sense to hold off on actually installing that landscape till just after the RTC does their work, because they're currently scheduled to complete that widening not too long after this project can be completed in that area. And I'd be happy to answer questions later if you have any.
Regarding screening, Jeff already touched on this, but, we did receive comment at the NAB meeting where they did not like the curved feature. So we went ahead and changed to another spec. And then along that western property line, we've added, there'll be, I don't want to say barricades, but solid screening to cover, just to add additional screening from the mobile home park to the west. And then this shows, all of our, pretty much any outdoor mechanical equipment, generators or water storage tanks will have full screening from the west and North Virginia, as well as any rooftop equipment will have parapet screening. So this here is just to provide, I guess, a timeline of all of the conversations and everything we've accomplished with NV Energy to date, as well as, describing where we're going to be getting this power. It's coming from the Peavine Bank 1 that's under construction, I believe, currently. And then all conduit's going to be underground, coming down North Virginia. We do have a will serve letter from NV Energy, as well as a signed design initiation agreement. We've had the planning memo for months. Anyway, it's been a very good cooperative working process with them, having biweekly calls. So yeah, we can answer any questions there after the presentation. And then regarding sustainability measures, Jeff kind of touched on most of this. We have a solar-ready rooftop. We're going to install 5,500 square feet of solar panels on the roof. And I guess the rationale for the 5,500 square feet is that's, all of the rooftop space that we have that's built solar-ready as part of this first phase of our development. And then, in addition, we have conduit in place for future EV charging stalls. It's EV ready at this point. And then we have, there are other conditions with regards to building materials and other sustainability measures. And then, we did add the 6 evergreen trees along the western property line just to add additional screening. And then the remaining slides here are renderings. I'll flip through them. So on the left is the entrance. And then we have here on the right is the view from North Virginia Street. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll do disclosures from the commission. How about we start with Commissioner Draculich online?
Commissioner Draculich, I am familiar with the site and read and received details.
Thank you. Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto spoke to the applicant's representative, or no, did not speak to the applicant's representative on this, received and reviewed emails as well as familiar with the site.
Commissioner Del Villar, I'm familiar with the site and spoke to the applicant at the NAB and had a meeting with representatives as well.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer, familiar with the site, read many emails, and spoke to the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Villanueva, read a lot of emails regarding this matter. I've also kind of done my own just research, reading articles and things like that, external research regarding data centers in general. Thank you.
Commissioner Becerra, got a longer one. Spoke to the applicant's representative, reviewed materials for this particular project. The following will be applicable to this project before us and the one that follows this evening. As everyone knows, Reno being Reno, it's a small world, so we're all a degree or two of separation from some organization or person. Since data centers are the topic of the year, I would like to disclose that 2 or 3 years ago, I was on the board of the Sierra Club. However, I have not been involved with the organization. I'm not involved with their current appeal on a separate project, which is not before us this evening. Equally, on the other side of the same coin, I had a memorable one-on-one walk with the late Tom Dolan earlier this summer, in which I got to hear about both his legacy, his story, and his personal vision for Reno, which was anchored on taking care of people. I say both of these because both the Sierra Club and some of late Tom Dolan's family are here in chambers, which I believe are also representing one of the data center projects before us tonight. Like I said, the biggest little city in the world for a reason. With that, I believe I can be impartial and fair this evening with the data center projects before us.
All right, thank you. We will move into public comment. Do we have requests to speak forms?
I don't have any for this specific item. Some of the folks here for general public comment might like to speak under this item as well. So if that's the case, go ahead. You all have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening again, Rose Walterbeek. I just would officially like my testimony read into these 2 specific items. I guess I went a little early, but they still would be appropriate for 6.3 and 6.4. And again, my concerns are many with air pollution, water use, energy use, close to parks, close to restaurants, schools, areas where people are trying to get out in nature, specifically for Keystone Data Center. So thank you so much.
Okay, I believe you'll also need to fill out a comment card just
Okay.
for each of the items for which
Okay.
you want that to apply. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. You guys are doing the Lord's work, as far as I'm concerned. My name is Jack Hawkins, for the record. I'm an architect. I've been in Reno for 35 years. It's my home. I love it. Raised my kids here. My concern would have to be with high water usage and mainly energy usage. I don't have any problem with the building fitting into the neighborhood. It complies with everything. I think the developer's done a nice job of complying to the current codes. My issue is just energy. And if they could make this thing energy neutral, they have my full support. But to supply, and this, my comments are for both of the data centers, to have these data centers suck all of our energy for very little employment opportunities, and then not looking towards the future of how we can supply our energy seems very short-sighted. So again, if, there's a lot of rooftops out there for solar voltaics. There's geothermal to keep these things cool. I just did a geothermal project for a residential project. And so it's energy new, so we have to start thinking for the future as opposed to just short-term, get them in there, get these things built, and then way down the road, we're going, gosh, why did we let all those things come in, suck our energy, suck our water? We just don't have a lot of resources. So again, if they can be sustainable, I'm all for them. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Mr. Hawkins, could you please fill out a request to speak card? Thank you.
We do have a couple of Zoom attendees who have their hands raised. Lisa, if you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I did already make comments at the general. It does apply to these items, and I just want to say that staff and the applicant have done their job presenting their findings to you, and I just think that this is premature. The city needs to sort out where it stands on this particular use application before going forward. I think we need to just take a break on all this. Let the city do its work, let the planning department do its work, and then rehear these applicants after we get more guidance from the council and from the planning department about some of the climate impacts for these types of developments. I think it's going to be harder to go back in time if you approve something like this now, and then the council and the planning department change some of the findings. It's going to be real hard for the planning commission to go back in time and try to redo something. We're just in the midst of a discussion right now with the council. They're in the midst of relooking at some of the planning department zoning requirements for these applications. And so I think a lot of us would just like to see a pause button hit while all this gets sorted out, and then come back to the applications after we have more information about what we want to do in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another Zoom attendee who registered to speak. Anna, would you like to speak under this item?
Thank you for the offer. I submitted my public comment, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is all the correspondence we have. We did receive additional correspondence that was forwarded to the commission and entered into the public record, but I do not have any more request to speak forms or any hands raised on Zoom.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public comment and open this to commissioners' questions for staff and the applicant.
I have some questions.
All right, start with Mr. Velto.
I want to start with staff. Jeff, I got some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
So I want to talk to you about the allowed uses by right that are currently permitted in this zoning. You said manufacturing generally is an allowed use. Is that accurate? Or industrial is generally allowed use?
Right. All types of industrial uses, yes.
So if hypothetically, tomorrow, a semiconductor manufacturer or microchip manufacturer were to decide they would like to build a semiconductor factory using this site, would they be able to do that without seeking discretion or review from the commission or the city council?
So assuming that they didn't trigger any of the other potential types of permitting requirements, the answer is yes. And in all likelihood, as I mentioned during my initial presentation, any type of traditional big box warehouse-ish building, whether it's a true warehouse distribution or whether it's just a shell that also that has some kind of indoor manufacturing, industrial manufacturing, those uses would be allowed by right in this zone and could go straight to building permit.
So you qualified that a bit with saying that it depends if it would trigger something else. What, I want to use this example of like a microchip manufacturer, and I want to understand, would that trigger something in your mind?
No. And when I say trigger something else, what I'm trying to distinguish is a use that's allowed by right on a parcel such as this, that versus if there was another consideration, i.e. cuts and fills over 10 and 20 feet, or a stream running through the parcel or something else, if there was some other trigger for an entitlement, even if the use was allowed by right, that other trigger could then be brought to bear to require an entitlement to come in before this body, right? In this case, on this site, none of that would be triggered for either the proposed data center or for a manufacturing use that you're asking about.
Understood. Okay, well, and I guess what I asked that question because there's talk about water use. And I guess when I look at finding 6 for the CUP analysis, it tells us to look at things that are materially detrimental to the public safety, health, and welfare of the community. When I look at that finding, I kind of look at what are allowed uses and weigh the risk of the CUP being granted having a greater effect than what is already allowed by right. Do you think I'm looking at that the right way?
I would say, if I understand the question correctly, I would say yes, because, for example, some type of manufacturing that may use a great deal more water than this data center could be allowed by right, and you would never have the opportunity to deliberate on it. It would just go straight to building permit. So we do have the advantage of looking at this particular use, and I think the applicant may be able to address the water usage. I think there's, if I may speak just in generalities, I think there's a lot of consideration for what is presented in the media in terms of water usage and or historically in terms of water usage for data centers. My understanding is that for this data center and the data center that's going to be before you next, that they are much lower than traditional, much lower in terms of water usage than traditional data centers. So I would invite this body to deliberate and consider the water usage specific to this project and as a part of your considerations, and not just kind of water usage is that data centers are these mass users of water. I would invite you to consider the specific use. But again, back to what you were asking, another type of use that could use a lot more water would be wouldn't be able to go direct to building permit, and would have to provide evidence that TUMWA would serve them at that time, but it would not be required to go into that at this point. Let me also offer an additional commentary on that. The requirement in code to be able to show that TUMWA can serve or that NV Energy, and actually NV Energy is not part of the requirement, but that TUMWA can serve, for example, that is not triggered during an entitlement. That's triggered at the concurrency. It's done at the time of building permit. So it's not even something that staff would traditionally look at during this review process. That the burden on that is shifted to the latter end of the process during the building permit stage, when they actually have to be able to demonstrate the ability to be served. So anyway.
And I appreciate that. And I have one more question for Mr. Foster, and then I have a couple questions for the applicant. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. Do you have any knowledge about the amount of water usage for a semiconductor or microchip manufacturer?
Because you asked the question, I wish I did, but I don't.
Understood. Just checking. Is the applicant available?
I also wish I had the answer to that.
Fair. Okay.
Do you have another question though?
I was just going to ask you that same question.
I wish I had it, and I think the nuances in the answer would be the size of a manufacturing facility and having it of the same scale. Mm-hmm. So I unfortunately do not.
Understood. Well, I'll move on to a separate topic with you then while you're up here. So why does your project differentiate from the other types of data centers as it relates to water usage?
Yes, good question. So the main difference here is in the cooling systems when comparing, I mean, I guess feels weird to compare it to the previous company that just came for approval, but the web data center was using the rack-cooled HVAC system, which essentially, it is more efficient from a water standpoint. They use less water than our evaporative cooling system. However, the reason that we're using evaporative is where a climate permits, it's the most efficient cooling system, meaning that most efficient from a power standpoint. So if we were to go mechanical, which we have other projects in other climates where it's more humid and a hotter climate, for the same prototypical building where we're asking for 8.5 megawatts here, it's upwards of 16, 17, 18 megawatts just to cool the same 5 megawatts of IT server power requirement.
Understood. Okay.
It's just mainly more equipment, requires significantly more power, but that equipment is also more water efficient. So
I appreciate that. I'm generally familiar with the differences between evaporative cooling for data centers versus the rack cooling that you've explained. So I appreciate that, and I'll pass it to whichever commissioner has questions.
Go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Becerra, I guess we'll stick with the cooling systems. I think you just confirmed it is evaporative cooling, correct? Yes. Yeah, and my understanding is that that method in particular is not only not frowned upon, but it's not necessarily allowed for new commercial building in southern Nevada, particularly Las Vegas. Is that correct?
I believe so. Is it?
That's my understanding, and so I just wanted to get confirmation, and maybe Jeff might know. Okay, it's okay. So my understanding it is, and someone else can correct me if it's not, but if it is, I guess I was just wondering why would a cooling method or approach be okay in northern Nevada and not necessarily in southern Nevada? And this is kind of to help have a conversation around some of the concerns that different folks have brought up and just what we try to consider. And if there's no answer there, I'll just kind of yield.
I don't know the southern Nevada water situation in terms of supply. I don't know why,
Okay.
Don't know why they have a moratorium.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to yield for now and hand it off to another fellow commissioner.
Commissioner Director, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead.
That's interesting information. Where did you get that from? Or how do you know that?
From publications that are published about Las Vegas and water. I can provide the published resources if you like after this meeting. Sure.
So just personal research, that's understandable. I was just curious.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify, we're talking about 7 acre-feet of water per year?
Correct.
And have you considered a mechanical system as an alternative to make this project possible?
We have not in this area, just due to the fact that we haven't considered the power requirement of 18 megawatts with NV Energy.
Are you aware that in Nevada we can't create water, but perhaps we could create energy?
I hadn't considered that.
All right. Any questions from my fellow commissioners?
I have a few questions.
Please.
One is for you, and this is sort of a continuation on the water cooling and water usage. Mine goes more to the disposal, and again, part of it is I just don't understand, some of the nomenclature and the process itself. But I know that there's talk about affluent water going to Swan Lake. Is that correct? Or again, I'm just trying to sort of understand the whole flow of water, how it comes in and where it goes.
Yeah,
out.
so water, it's recycled over the evaporative fans, and then once the water reaches a certain saturation point, it would be disposed of through the city sanitary lines.
I got you. Okay, and that's why I think there was some, and I think this question is for Jeff, about and maybe if you could just sort of help me understand, there was the sewer conditions that were in there. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but there was a specific condition. or
You're talking about
concern.
the extension of the time frame for the conditional use permit to 36 months in order to be able to make sure that there's enough time for them to apply for the service.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes. I'm just trying to understand sort of what the implications of that are and sort of what that potentially means, again, if the affluent water apparently is going into this sewer system, drainage system.
Right, so Mike Michelle, the engineering manager, is here. He might be able to speak more particularly with regard to the situation out there.
Okay.
But the general understanding, as conveyed in my staff report, is that due to the capacity of the treatment plant out there,
Right.
that there's more in the process of being brought online, but due to that capacity, it's kind of a first come, first served basis. And so as a result, we have recommended extending the condition of approval timeframe to 36 months from the standard 18 months to give the developer a chance to have a better chance to get the permission to use that wastewater
Understood.
facility.
Do the residents get first come, first served too? Or, just kidding, sorry.
Mike?
Mike, come on up.
Mike Michelle, engineering manager, for the record. The short answer to your question is yes. He who pays first gets first service.
I'll keep that in mind. Okay. So, all right, I guess that's, let's see, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I'm ready for discussion, whatever.
Any additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Becerra?
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, maybe Jeff, just kind of tee us up for discussion, I suppose. How you feeling?
Good to go, man.
Good, man. This is new to us. We're all trying to figure this out, right? So I was just kind of curious, for this project that we're discussing right now, how does it compare to the one that we're going to discuss next? My challenge here is trying to figure out, where is there comparability, where is there uniqueness, and where is there, benefit to obviously the applicant, but benefit to the community at large. How would you compare these two that are before us tonight?
Great question.
Yeah.
I wish I had a little chart where I would have compared the two directly in that way.
Yeah.
Other than the obvious, the one being up in the North Valleys and Keystone being, here close by, and therefore kind of the mixture of surrounding land uses and things like that. They're pretty comparable in terms of, the Keystone one is about 30,000 square feet larger, but it's also 2 stories.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually not a bigger footprint, but it's a taller building. They're proposing similar sustainability initiative or sustainability measures in terms of, the solar and the low VOC and all of those things. So they're pretty comparable as far as that. I don't have a direct comparison in terms of one is 5 megawatts and the other is X, or the one uses 7 acre-feet of water and the other is X. So I don't have that kind of direct comparison.
Yeah, I feel you.
Commissioner Becerra, if I can just interject briefly, we need to consider each request individually on their own merits and on the project of what they're proposing. And I think when we start drawing comparisons between the two, we could be getting out of our realm of review.
You're right. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Jeff. I'm ready for deliberation or discussion if folks are.
I can, let me ask the applicant if he's available.
Sure.
Hello. So you guys have the NV Energy issued a letter saying that they can serve the area. Do we know, was it indicated in the letter whether there would be potential increase to ratepayers as a result of the enhanced use of energy?
They did not make any mention of that, no.
Okay. The infrastructure, are you guys is there any kind of assistance being made with the application?
We do the infrastructure improvements.
Before we move on, can I have Suzanne Groneman answer the exact question
great,
that you
yeah.
just asked?
Okay.
Yep. Suzanne Groneman, for the record, I'm the Sustainability and Utility Relations Manager for the City of Reno. Anytime the utility issues a will-serve letter and says we can use an existing resource, it's already part of their IRP, so it's already part of rights. So it does not have a rate impact if it's an existing resource. If they have to build a new resource, there could potentially be a rate impact.
Will this require?
It will not.
It will not, okay. Will it impact the point threshold, or I guess the threshold by which so for example, if we have new housing, new schools, new other energy uses, will it impact a threshold? Will we reach that threshold sooner as a result of this project?
So there's no way to forecast that. The integrated planning process happens every 3 years, and it's a long-range planning process. So they say this is our plan for the long term, but they do it every 3 years. So they're always updating and looking at if they need new resources to serve the load of their customers, and they do that at a 3 year. So they don't, it's not triggered by anything, any one specific project, unless it's so large that they're like, we can't serve that maximum peak load, and it does require a new resource. There's a completely different process. But when they go through that every 3 year process of their IRP, their integrated resource plan, they're looking at those changes in load over time.
How does this relate to maybe like a development 50 houses, something like that? I mean, like I said, as far as reaching that threshold sooner because of this one applications, and I don't work in energy, so you'll have to bear with me, but I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around this. I guess hitting that threshold with this one application because of the usage. And I understand that NV Energy is able to provide right now, but do we get, I mean, we've made so many efforts to be, you're the sustainability manager, all the efforts we've made to be sustainable, and then we have this big project come up, and it almost like, I feel like it kind of is like, it's a disservice to the community in the sense that it's like we've made all these strides, and then now kind of takes us back because of one application.
So one thing to consider in parallel with long-range planning is there's also in the state a requirement for a minimum percentage of their load be covered by renewables. And that is happening sort of in parallel. So in parallel to their long-range planning and their ability to serve a customer, they're also looking at statewide policy that requires a certain percentage of their generation that they procure be renewable. And so it's not really looked at like on a project-by-project, case-by-case, unless it's so large, like it's like a switch, or it's some very large user. And what's come up also is sort of that on-site solar question. And one consideration or one thing that needs to be considered is if you look at on-site solar, large facilities cannot net meter any more than 1 megawatt of generation. It's a completely different relationship with the utility. And so that's why you'll often see system sizes that are smaller. But it's not like a one-shot deal, one project. If the utility can serve it, it means in that long-range planning, they have the resource to serve that load.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'm going to yield right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I have questions for you. Isn't the IRP threshold 10 megawatts?
No, IRP is 50%. 50% by 2030. So 50% of
No, right now we're serving renewables at roughly 37% of our state budget. But I'm saying that the IRP plans for projects, do they not, NV Energy, 10 megawatts and under? So a lot of these projects then would be on a case-by-case basis. And just to go further with that, you mentioned that there would be no impact to customer rate pricing. But if large-scale transmission lines are needed, something like Greenlink North or Greenlink West, that cost is often bore by the cost of the customer base up front. So that is an issue.
But it's not part of the long-range planning for that resource planning. And those are all case by case. We can't predict the future.
Right,
So
but we're
those-
looking at projects, are we not, that are crossing this threshold? For example, this one is listed as 5 megawatts, but it's actually 9.7.
And I don't know the 10 megawatt threshold that you're referring to.
That's what NV Energy said was the point at which it's not included in their IRP planning process. So I think there is some clarification that is needed when it comes to these projects. This one may not be at 10 megawatts, it might be slightly under, but the one we saw in the web project was at 30. Now, if this project were to not be a water-intensive evaporative cooling project, it sounds like it would be 18 megawatts. And that's the kind of clarification I think would be helpful for our commission. It was in the application that it was 9, and it was referenced.
So it's 8.2 megawatts, and then that's 9.2 KVA, which is just another metric.
It's labeled in the title as 5 megawatts. Do
Sorry,
you think
that's-
that's perhaps deceiving?
And yes, I agree, and we're not trying to be, that's just how it's referenced in the, for our marketing with it's a 5 megawatt critical power requirement. So there's critical power and then there's total power request. We're not trying.
Understood.
We're not trying to deceive you. And I think when we spoke offline, I mentioned it was 8.2, and it's a phased, 1.8 megawatts year one, and then we ramp by 1.6 megawatts each year until we reach 8.2.
And if you were to not do evaporative cooling, what would your energy draw be?
It'd be the 18 megawatt number.
So that's realistically the power draw of this project, except that it's being offset
Well,
by
it depends.
cooling,
I mean, you were
correct?
concerned with evaporative with the power requirement for web,
Correct.
but you were just concerned with the power and you didn't bring up any of the water concerns.
Well, they did recirculate. Yes, I agree. There are trade-offs here.
Trade-offs, that's all I'm pointing out. And so it was just my intention and my understanding that the main concern for the commission was power. And I understand that, there is a trade-off here with regards to water.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, our natural resources are limited. Other commissioners?
May I jump in real quick? Just, we're talking about the NB Energy usage, right? The usage from NB Energy. I think it's critical to remember, and this was brought up extensively at the previous hearing, that the Peavine substation has already been approved for the area that will serve this project. So we're not talking about needing to identify a new energy source or build another plant that hasn't already gone through an approvals process. The Peavine substation went all the way through the process. It came before this body, went by the council, and also went to regional, and has made it all the way through the approvals process, and is literally, I believe we were told on December 18th, under construction. Remember a portion of the leftover power from that data center, from that substation, the portion that's not going to the approved web data center project, a portion of that would be utilized by this project. So I just think it's important to remember that we're not talking about some other energy source that needs to be brought online or developed to cater to this specific project.
Question for, I'll do staff since staff is more familiar, kind of question for you, Jeff. So you live here, you've been here in the summer. Have you ever received a text message from NV Energy saying that there may be impacts to, there may be short blackouts, quick blackouts, things like that, or a fluctuation in energy access in the summer when we're experiencing extreme heat waves?
I probably have, or maybe an email, but yeah, I believe I have received those types of communications.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, me too. So I'm just looking here at conditional use permit. The conditional use permit findings. And it says here, materially detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. I mean, arguably, and actually, I'm not even gonna give my opinion. This produces energy. I think everyone's clear here that this produces a lot of energy usage. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that typically increases pollution, heating effects, potentially indirectly elevates global warming to some degree, the warming effect here in Reno. Would you agree with that?
I would say that anything that adds heat is a potential source, a contribution to that, yes.
Okay. And given some of the factors indirectly, like fire, as we're seeing in LA, and like we very much experience here locally. We had one last year in Collin Ranch area, Peavine area. So would you say that this indirectly could contribute to those health risks, whether it be, and again, indirectly, but whether it be the smoke from fires that result from global warming, heat, enhanced heat, and enhanced warming in the area indirectly?
Anything that adds heat can potentially, yes, add to that overall burden, just as any other use on the site that also adds heat could add to that burden, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, would you agree that that impacts health, safety, and welfare of those within the community?
So if you read the specific portion of that finding, it typically involves things like pollution, light, noise, dust, vibrations, things like that.
Smoke.
Smoke, yeah. So I don't see
Fire.
I don't see a data center that's a building that,
Highly energy, I mean, it uses a lot of energy.
yeah, but I guess I would disagree
Directly,
that
okay.
that those are things that are, that are being analyzed in those criteria.
Okay, thank you.
If I can jump in, I think we're maybe getting kind of out of the realm of planning's expertise, making broad speculations that I don't sure.
I agree. I only asked him because he kept moving the applicant aside, and so I figured he
I
preferred
moved the applicant aside to confirm that the NV Energy plant, the Peavine Substation 1, is going to support the current project.
Okay. I didn't know, so I figured maybe you preferred me to ask you. Otherwise, I agree with you. I think it would have been more suitable for me to ask the applicant, so that's the reason.
I have a follow-up. This is Commissioner Del Villar. When we were talking about the Peavine, I live in North Valleys, so I'm very familiar with the energy outages that happen there. We talked about the Peavine substation being built and 50% of it or whatever, I can't remember exactly, was going to go towards the web data center. My understanding was that the rest of it was going to help our community, but again, I guess this is a first come, first serve thing as well, so.
So the language that was discussed at that point in time is that the remnant, or the remaining portion, and it was nominally half of the energy generated by, for that substation, nominally half of it would be left over for other users.
Which is other data centers, okay.
Including the current data center as well as just other users in the North Valleys.
I guess I better get a solar battery for my house.
All right, are there questions? Commissioner Becerra.
Hey, Jeff, two quick ones for you. First one, pretty straight. What are the long-term economic benefits of this data center for the local Reno workforce, post C of O?
What is this tied to in the findings we are supposed to make?
The community compatibility.
How is that tied to compatibility? None of these questions are tied to findings that we're required to make.
Well,
My questions were very much tied to condition 4, public utilities.
Questions may have been, but the future job growth is not tied to any finding we are required to make. We need to stay on track, because the more we get off track, the more precarious of a position we put the city in as we go down the road of considering these projects. I'm obviously, this is my input here. I think we need to be really cautious, though, to not deviate from what is in front of us and what the findings are.
We're
So-
also advisory, so I mean, ultimately,
We
the
are-
city council, we're an advisory board.
We are a board that makes factual findings based on evidence that is presented to us and makes findings set by statute and by the code. That's what our job is.
I agree as an advisory board to city council.
I don't think that changes my analysis. This is not tied to a topic or a finding. We got to be really careful about this.
I also would like to clarify, pending no appeals, the decision of this board is final.
would you like to answer or pass the baton? I can ask you a different one, too.
I would simply say that you heard what was presented to you on December 18th from another data center. and it was a large number. I would imagine this would be a large number as well.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Just to kind of close the loop on the, because you made a point, right, and I think the applicant did too, and anytime there's a point made, like a selling point, I think it's fair game to kind of dig into it a little bit. You mentioned that there was a sustainability component for both projects before us tonight, but for this one tonight, I was curious, is that sustainability component something that the applicant offered, or is that something that is required by us as a city, like a minimum threshold that they need to meet?
No, there are no specific thresholds, and this would similarly tie into your question about a rubric last time. No, there are no specific thresholds for, a number of sustainability criteria or a certain amount of square footage of solar arrays or anything like that.
Okay.
The applicant proposed those, and they are similar to what was proposed for Webb and similar to what is proposed for Keystone. But no, there's not a checkbox that they needed to fulfill or a certain number we were looking for or anything along those lines. I would say, though, that everything that they proposed in those conditions of approval line up with the sustainability policies and goals in the master plan, and as any due diligence a developer would do, they would want to line up with things in the master plan.
Great, thank you, Jeff.
Commissioner Draculich, did you have any questions with us?
No, thanks for chiming me in. I very much want to echo Commissioner Balto's sentiments. Just like our last meeting, we're going outside of our purview. Ultimately, I'd love to see us get into a general discussion, and anybody looking to deny this application, I'd love to hear what findings they can't make. If we can kind of hammer that down so I can get some clarity. A couple of the questions have been solid to this point, and several we have just veered off into a land where we just shouldn't be. So that's my thoughts. I'm ready for discussion. That's it. No questions for the applicant or staff.
Happy to get started with discussion.
I have a question. Oh, clarifying question. I have a clarifying question. This is about just getting to the findings. I think it's appropriate for staff, but if you want to defer the applicant, I'm happy to give this question to whomever would like to answer it.
I'll give it a shot.
It's just a clarifying question. So this application came in earlier this year with the administrative finding, is that right?
Yeah,
excuse me,
came in
administrative interpretation.
October, November, yes,
Okay,
under
so-
the ADM. Mhm.
Okay, before the ordinance was the development code changes were adopted last week.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not looking at it under the new adoption, right, of the ordinance, which was passed last week by City Council.
That is correct. You are not looking at it under that, yes.
It's the interpretation, administrative interpretation, at which point you're telling us that you guys considered, not you, but the administrator considered a number of things as laid out in the development code.
So the administrative interpretation was put forth as being a vehicle by which data centers could be analyzed, requiring data centers to undergo a conditional use permit process in any of the zones that they're allowed in, including obviously the subject zone here. The administrative interpretation includes a requirement to limit the number of dock doors to 3, dock or drive-in doors to a maximum of 3, and to require 1 parking space per 3,300 square feet. Those are what we call use-specific standards. This project meets both use-specific standards. Those same standards were incorporated into Title 18 via the adoption last week at Council. So even if this had come in under the post last Wednesday, the standards that we look at them would be very, very similar.
Okay, cool. And I hate to do this, I just have to do it for the record. Can you just pull up that administrative interpretation? I can pull it up here. Do you know what the development code section is? And I can pull it up here. I think it's 18.
So
the administrative interpretation.
So the administrative interpretation is a separate document. It's not.
I know, but the permission, the authority within the development code.
1803-205.
205, okay, I have it here. I just need to take a look at that. And I'll try and go as quickly as I can so we can get to discussion. I know we had it read during another application in the past, but I'd like to do it again here. 1805.
1803
03, okay.
205.
03205, okay. Big code, so I gotta scroll.
Control F is 1803 205.
Subsection A.
18.
Subsection A, yes.
Okay. Okay, the following procedure shall apply if an application is submitted for a use category or use type that is not specifically listed in Table 3-1, Table of Allowed Uses. Submission and approval of such an application shall be required prior to approval of any other permit or development approval associated with the use. Administrator determination of appropriate use category and use type. The administrator shall determine the appropriate use category and use type for the proposed use. In making such determination, the administrator shall consider the potential impacts for the proposed use, including nature of the use and whether it includes dwelling, sales, processing, storage, typical operations, employment characteristics, nuisances, requirement for public utilities, and transportation. So, nature of the use and requirements for public utilities. So one of the factors that, and I know you mentioned this earlier, but one of the factors that the administrator had to consider were these things. Again, I know that there was an opportunity for an appeal. I'm not sure how anyone would know to appeal, but it should have been considered. Public use should have been considered at one point. So I just want to make that clear. I don't know whether it was unless we see the administrative interpretation, and I don't know that that's part of this application, and maybe it is. I didn't see it. But I just want to make it clear that that was supposed to be considered, and then I don't know if there was an opportunity for anyone to appeal or if notices went out. But I did want to just put that on the record, so thank you.
Are we ready for discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Becerra?
I do have one last question, but
Okay.
Velto, if you'd like to go first.
I'm ready for discussion
Okay,
whenever we're.
just one question for Jeff. I'm looking at the findings, and I'm looking at finding 1B, for instance, and I guess I need some clarification there. I'm just curious, how does staff evaluate when a project is contrary to some of the goals, policies, or strategies in the Reno Master Plan? How do you guys evaluate?
Is that the exact language of the finding?
More or less, like
Okay.
it's saying that we can approve, even a project, even if it's contrary to some of those things, and
Sure.
so how would?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair question. So this is going to actually harken back to something I believe I said on December 18th. It might have been on December 5th. But the projects, we look at projects, and of course not every project is going to be 100% compliant with every goal, policy, procedure, or not procedure, but goal or policy in the master plan, right? So we look at it on balance. Do projects, and we don't have a specific number of criteria or policies or goals that we're looking for, but we comb through literally the entire master plan and say, okay, how does this project stack up? And you'll see that in the staff reports, we put in a list of goals and policies that the project lines up with. But we're also looking at, okay, where does it fall short? But it's kind of it's a subjective thing. At the end of the day, Commissioner Becerra, it's a subjective thing. And on balance, staff has determined that this project lines up with the master plan.
I appreciate your candidness there too, because I think the only thing we're asking for here, and goes to Velto's point as well, is that same level of grace that we extend to staff, just naturally, we take your word for it, right? That it's on balance. I think that's what we're seeking here as well. On balance, we're trying to do the same thing. End of the day, we're one team, and we're trying to get to the finish line, together. Thank you.
Now are we ready for discussion? Okay. Commissioner Velto, why don't you kick us off?
Happy to get us started. We just approved a data center 1,000 feet from this project. So we as a commission determined that this type of project is compatible when there were no other data centers around. So now that there is approval of a data center, I think the compatibility finding is very easy to make. I mean, the building looks like a warehouse, it talks like a warehouse, it's a warehouse. And it has all the same features that you would expect of a warehouse. The only distinction I'm hearing between this proposal and the proposal we had for the web data center is the method of cooling, evaporative cooling versus the rack cooling that they're using. I'm a little concerned that this planning commission is like playing whack-a-mole with what it wants to consider, because I heard from a lot of commissioners at the last meeting that there were concerns about the energy usage. And now this applicant is coming forward with a project that does not use as much energy by way of using a different method of cooling, and now we're concerned about water. Now, I understand we should think about water conservation, but unless that there is evidence before us that speaks to how it would affect public welfare, I don't think that invalidates the finding that we have to make under finding 6 of the CUP, and I'm not hearing anything that we can't serve it with water. So based on that, I can make the finding under CUP 6 and find that we have enough public resources in order to provide for the project and that there's not any harm done. Part of my questioning, though, for staff was based on what allowed uses are available. Given that there can already be intensive industrial uses, I really think we have to consider kind of what is being proposed and giving a CUP compared to what's an allowed use. The reason why I brought up the example of semiconductor manufacturing or chip manufacturing is because that's more water intensive than a data center on magnitudes greater. And someone could come in tomorrow and by right build that exact same manufacturing site there, and we wouldn't be able to consider it so long as they were in the confines of city code and didn't trigger another type of CUP. Because of that, we have to weigh what can happen versus what's being proposed. And there's nothing unique about this CUP in terms of water usage that would make it so we're harming the environment further than what is already allowed. So I really think that you all should consider that when you're evaluating this proposal, because that's how we should be looking at this, is what could be happening and what is unique to this CUP. And I'm not hearing anything unique that would invalidate any of these findings or trigger any of the harms that have been asked about by the commission. Kind of on the last part I want to address is this administrative interpretation. I appreciate that Commissioner Villanueva looked to the portion of code that outlines the authority for an administrative interpretation. It's quite clear from that portion of code that the administrator had an obligation to do an interpretation because a use was not expressly identified in the table. That portion of code says they shall do it. And then it provides an appeal process for anyone that's aggrieved, including the council and the public. The appeal process does not include this commission. So this commission cannot second guess that administrative interpretation because that's the law until it isn't, and it's never been appealed. So I think when we're looking at, what are we supposed to be applying, this is an allowed use under that administrative interpretation, and that's the law we have to apply. One other portion that I think was interesting tonight is Commissioner Becerra bringing up the fact that evaporative cooling was banned in Southern Nevada. That decision was made by the Las Vegas Valley Water District as well as the Southern Nevada Water District. It was made by the policy boards to place a moratorium on this type of development. We are not a policy board. We're supposed to make findings and apply the policy that has been adopted by the city. So for us to impute or apply some sort of moratorium, I think would fall outside the scope of our role, and we have to be really cautious about trying to create policy here as opposed to letting the city council direct us and give us direction. So I think that's a distinguishing fact we should consider when we're trying to evaluate this being prohibited in other parts of the state. With that, I can make all the findings. I wanted to hit some of the key points that I'm hearing. I'm concerned we're continually trying to create roadblocks for development that I think is clearly compatible and permissible under the findings. So thank you, and I'll yield to another commissioner.
Commissioner Draculich, if I may, I'll be quick. Thank you, Commissioner Belto. Appreciate that. I would like to ask Mr. Hall to either complement what Commissioner Belto said or contradict, because these were my concerns, and Commissioner Belto was way more eloquent than I. But can you chime in, please, Mr. Hall?
Yes, Carl Hall, City Attorney. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Velto's observations. We have strayed from the findings. I mean, this is a hearing on a conditional use permit, and we haven't really discussed any of the findings or the facts which would support your ability or inability to make any of the findings. So if we can focus on the findings and make a record, a factual record as to what your observations are with respect to the presentation that you've heard, and then we can move on with this in the proper fashion.
Thank you. That's it for me now.
I suppose I'll make my comments next. I think that there is being a discussion held at the city council level as we speak, or just at this past city council hearing. So that is added context. We might not be a policy board, but that policy discussion is taking place and direction is coming from above that perhaps a moratorium is appropriate. Now, I don't make that decision, and you're right, neither do you. But I will say there's a difference between finite resources and resources that can be created from the sun, for example. And for that reason, I can't make finding number 4 because the water intensity is equivalent to about 2 golf courses. And it's only a 60,000 square foot building that employs 8 people. I'm sorry, I think there's an opportunity cost there that our city shouldn't make.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, just some quick thoughts there. Same position as Chair Rohrmeyer on inability to make those findings, but I do want to add that we are playing whack-a-mole, and I've been pretty clear about it since day one, since 12/5, that I don't want to do that. And I'm glad that City Council has recently taken up the conversation to actually explore some policies at that level. But it's literally been 1 year, right? And this is why we're here. And so can't do anything about that now, but it is promising what's before us, hopefully. And I do just want to remind folks of what our staff member said, that their review on this is on balance. It's also subjective, right? And we are public officials. We are here on behalf of the public's interests as well to weigh out their concerns and the long-term benefits. So, you know, I'm not able to make that same finding as Commissioner Rohrmeyer on this particular one. I think it's interesting that we say that now that there's a data center down the street, that there's a comparable, but yet at the same time we say, in this very hearing, we said for this project, every project will be reviewed on its own merits. Seems like we're trying to have it both ways.
This is Commissioner Del Villar, and I also cannot make the findings. I also can't make the findings on just the general master plan based on sustainability around green building and sustainability, energy and water conservation, and renewable energy. I can, again, my thoughts and opinions have not changed. I feel like this is a larger discussion is needed, and policies and guidelines, again, from above, not us making these policies. Again, like data centers are here to stay. I get that. AI, like, you know, I use AI every day in my life. I use ChatGPT to do my job. I get the need for it, but I think that, you know, and if Reno is the place where we need to have a data center corridor, so be it. But I still think that there need to be guidelines and criteria put in place so that we don't have to play as much whack-a-mole as we've been playing. And they're going to be different sizes and different uses and everything, and I get that. But I think it would be helpful to have guidelines to help us make better decisions.
Commissioner Villanueva, I'm going to echo a lot of what my colleagues just mentioned regarding the application. And then here it says the request in front of us to allow development of a data center. So, I mean, the request is to allow the development of a data center. That's what's in front of us. And so when we consider the findings in front of us, and let me go to those. We have general review criteria, which consistency with the master plan. I know Commissioner Belto mentioned this is not a policy board. This may not be a policy board, but we are subject to review, we are here to consider the policies set forth in the master plan, which is made up of policies. And so those are factors that we do need to consider. We don't make them, and ultimately, if this gets appealed to the city council, it may ultimately be moot. But at the end of the day, those are factors to be considered. It says it right here under general review criteria. Compliance with Title 18, mitigates traffic impacts, not really applicable here, provides safe environment. That, project provides a safe environment for pedestrians and people on bicycles. That, again, depending on how you interpret that, as it indicates here, not a huge deal. But when we get down to the conditional use permit, health, safety, welfare, I am concerned about the heating effect, especially on one of the nation's fastest warming cities, and health, safety, and welfare. That plays a role here. And I'm not going to reiterate why. I already had that discussion with Jeff. And so we can just pull from that. As far as public services and facilities, it's clear: sewage, water, utility, infrastructure, energy. So as far as making the findings, unfortunately, I cannot make the findings. However, not to say that I don't want to see data centers here, but I do think we need to have a deeper conversation about what that looks like. I'm not opposed to data centers necessarily, but we really have to understand what it looks like and set some strict criteria as far as what the community would like to see for data centers here. And I'm not a member of the council, but it does appear that there's an interest in having a moratorium on data centers. So if the application fails here, there's still another opportunity. And you guys can have that conversation with city council. Those are elected officials, and they're more apt to have that conversation. So I will leave it there, and then I guess we can decide whomever's ready to make the motion.
Can I ask a question? Commissioner Draculich, I can make all the findings and support this project. Notably, thank you for the commissioners who expressed their concerns and the findings they can't make. Personally, I believe the findings you can't make is putting an undue burden on this applicant. That's my opinion. I don't like what position I put this in, but I will be supporting the application. We'll see how it goes. Thank you.
I guess I'm ready to make a motion.
I'll give one moment to see if there's a question.
Proceed.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I'll note with this motion, I think that as far as finding 4 goes, the finding is public services and facilities are available to serve the project. There are will serve letters for the relevant facilities. That language for public services and facilities does not say that there are public resources available. It is specific to services and facilities, which means there must be infrastructure available, not resources. So I think that is strange to read it any differently when you're talking about finding 4. But that said,
Although I just learned that that's actually tied to the building permit and not, so the will serve is not really pertinent at our stage, was I think what I learned from staff today.
Well,
and also TMRP, or the Regional Water Authority, TMWA, yes. Now they're starting to evaluate the applications and prioritizing different types of uses that are, beneficial over these large users. So
But I
that
think
process is changing as well.
I think that supports making the finding, that the fact that it comes at the building stage, because if there is not the ability to serve, the project will not proceed and not receive approval to go at that point. It won't be licensed. So there being services, like what that means, that there are services and facilities, means that there's a school nearby that can take students if you build a housing development, or there's a power plant nearby that can potentially provide power, and that there's an infrastructure that could be there. It doesn't mean like anything beyond that. And if it meant that, it would say that.
But what's the impact on others long-term? And what does that look like for ratepayers long-term? And I think those are things we need to consider. Just because they can serve today, how does that,
Which finding does that fall under?
Health, safety, what we just discussed. So your interpretation of that is the criteria, conditional use permit, number 4, apologize, public services and facilities.
No, I would agree with you if there had been evidence presented tonight that said if we serve this project with energy, if we approve this project and it receives energy, then a housing development will not receive power. If there were evidence of that in the record, I would absolutely agree with you. I think the problem with your question is that it assumes there is evidence to reach the conclusions.
There's nothing to the contrary presented.
What do you mean to the contrary?
So if there's evidence to the contrary of my assumption
You want them to-
presented, and there wasn't,
You want the
they're
applicant
silent
to
on it.
prove a negative that
Let's
it won't
get someone from
happen?
PUC, let's get someone from NV Energy. But again, the application in front of us does not allow for that because there hasn't been enough conversation regarding this matter. There's not enough in the development code for us to make a proper decision today.
There's an administrative interpretation, and you want to place the burden on the applicant anytime there's an increase in the use of power or water to bring someone in from the PUC? That is a ridiculous standard for development. We're not going to persuade each other.
We're not.
We're
And
happy to-
when it impacts the
I'll make
community
a-
to this degree, I think so.
I'd like to call for the vote,
Yeah,
or at least a motion.
I'll make a motion. In the matter of case number, where is it at? LDC 25-00022. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Draculich, I second.
All right, I think we should do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Becerra,
No.
Commissioner Del Villar,
No, based on findings 1 and 4.
Commissioner Romeyer,
No on condition number 4.
Commissioner Villanueva,
No, I cannot make the findings based on conditional use permit findings 4, 6, 5.
I believe the motion fails.
Correct. Any action, not including recommendations, or failure to take action by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor or the city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. The appeal, together with the fees, may be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days, starting on the day after written notice of this action is filed with the city clerk. So, yes, this was denied.
And Madam Chair, I'd just like to, for the record, I can't make findings 1 and 4, Commissioner Becerra.
All right, we'll close item 6.3 and move to item 6.4, the Keystone Data Center, starting with a presentation from staff.
I'm good. Keep going. Yeah.
All righty. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. The second data center project that I'm bringing you tonight is the Keystone Data Center, LDC 25-26. This project is on a parcel that is about 3.26 acres, located on the west side of Keystone, about 335 feet north of the intersection with West 2nd Street. This is an underutilized, mostly vacant parcel. The request before you is a conditional use permit for the development of a data center and business operations between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. I would also point out that the Planning Commission approved LDC 22-51 in April of 2022. That project was for a conditional use permit to allow for outside outside amusement or recreation, live entertainment, and a bar, lounge, or tavern to be operated in conjunction with an indoor-outdoor flex space, including general retail, art exhibits, and outdoor event space, and that project was known as Stone and Key. Ultimately, the applicant opted not to move forward, and the entitlement expired. However, it is worth noting that the application materials indicate that seasonal events such as weddings, birthday parties, art shows, theater shows, etc., were to be limited to a maximum indoor and outdoor occupancy of 300 people and be held up to 5 times a month or 60 events annually. Without a conditional use permit, those types of activities would normally be addressed through a special event or activity permit, which would restrict the sound to a maximum of 75 decibels. The reason that that is important is to demonstrate that this body approved a project on this site coming up on 3 years ago, and that project would have potentially much greater impacts on the surrounding community in terms of noise, parking, traffic, etc. So just as a point of comparison, this project may be deemed less potentially impactful on the surrounding community, road network, et cetera. Okay, zooming in here, land uses immediately surrounding the site. You have commercial and undeveloped to the north across the Union Pacific Railroad tracks. You have an industrial building to the east across Keystone. You have an industrial building to the west and various commercial and industrial uses to the south. Key issues that staff analyzed are compatibility with surrounding land uses and site design. The parcel is split zoned. It's general commercial and industrial. It's about 55% general commercial and 45% industrial. Similarly, the underlying master plan land use designations are mixed. You have suburban mixed use and mixed employment. And here are 7 goals and policies from the master plan that do support the proposed project. At the risk of repeating myself, well, I won't repeat myself. Let's just go to bullet number 3. The data center is now recognized as a permitted use in the GC and I zones. The other one said IC, I believe, on the previous one. But everything else is the same, so I'm not going to repeat it. Compatibility with surrounding land uses. Again, this is a proposed 24-hour indoor operation. This area is generally characterized by industrial and commercial uses and zoning that allows 24-hour operations for certain industrial and indoor uses by right. The nearest residentially zoned property is about 350 feet away to the west and is separated from the site by industrial uses. There are several closer residential and non-conforming residential uses to the south, southeast, and southwest. There's also a planned 10-unit intergenerational housing complex for which building permits were recently issued to the north across the UPRR tracks, shown here. This project has a loading dock on the north side. Staff has included the same condition 5, limiting the hours of truck arrivals, departures, and on-site movement. Let's see here. The acoustical study for this project shows that the ambient noise level measured on the site exceeds the maximum allowable nighttime limit, again, that 49 decibels, between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Per code, where existing ambient noise levels already exceed the standard, the subject source may not increase existing levels. In this case, the lowest measured nighttime ambient noise level is approximately 53 decibels, and noise levels from the data center would need to achieve approximately 43 decibels in order to not increase those levels. The applicant's noise consultant did recommend some conditions of approval that would reduce or keep the noise level to the allowable limit. And those are conditions 6 and 7 shown on the screen. Staff is also recommending the standard restricted construction hours condition number 8. And again, this proposed use as conditioned and designed is considered to be generally compatible with the existing land uses in the area. Moving on to site design, this site plan includes a backup generator yard on the west and another one on the east side with a total of approximately 5 emergency generators. And again, these would only be used during a power failure or during necessary periodic testing or maintenance per condition number 9. This site plan also includes vehicle and bicycle parking, landscaping, and security fencing. The loading dock that is proposed on the north side is not visible from Keystone, and the proposed site lighting meets code requirements and no lighting is directed onto adjacent properties. The generators on the west side are screened from view from the adjacent properties by a 15-foot equipment screening wall. The generators on the east side are screened from Keystone by an 8.5-foot equipment screening wall on top of a retaining wall. Keep in mind that these screening walls are interior to the site, not on the perimeter near the surrounding uses or passersby. The site, in fact, sits below Keystone, so the elevation difference aids in screening. Moving on with site design, the general commercial zone requires a minimum of 15% landscaping, whereas industrial requires 100% of the front yard to be landscaped. The project includes approximately 11,800 square feet of landscaping to meet those requirements. This applicant has also proposed sustainability initiatives, conditions 10 through 14. The roof design is ready to support photovoltaic arrays, solar arrays. Includes installation of 2 on-site level 2 EV chargers, installation of low-flow domestic water fixtures, utilization of low VOC materials, and best practices in source separation and diversion. I would also point out that a memo was circulated to you earlier this afternoon where the applicant is now proposing another condition of approval for actual installation of solar on the rooftop or somewhere on the building, and not just making the roof ready for a future photovoltaic, but they're actually proposing to install it as a part of the project. And that's condition number 15. Here are the recommended conditional use permit findings. Again, staff can make all the recommended findings. I would be repeating myself if I went through everything. It's the same things as before, so I'll save you the time. Here's the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, how about a presentation from the applicant?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair Rohrmeyer and other planning commissioners. My name is Chris Wiesler, and I'm the CEO of Centra. We appreciate this opportunity to discuss our project that allows us to expand our business in Reno, that will future-proof the availability and the quality of the internet for individuals, businesses, and educational institutions in Reno. Over the next few minutes, Josh Hindo from Kimley Horn's Reno office and I will present more details about our plans for this property by covering how Centra is invested in Reno, how our land use and project design is compatible with the neighborhood around 265 Keystone, how our modest power requirements can be met by NV Energy, how our company values around sustainability translate directly to this project, and finally, how our project will contribute to the local economy. First, a bit about who we are and Centra's role within the broader data center and digital infrastructure space. As an interconnection data center, Centra's strategy is to be that neutral, multi-stakeholder location in a market where carriers, cloud providers, and content players can interconnect. This interconnection or exchange of data has a number of benefits, including in the form of telecom transmission cost savings. That is, your internet or data packets don't need to travel as far, for example, to San Jose or to Salt Lake City in order to get to a user. And internet services perform better for both individual consumers and businesses because the data traffic is served closer to end users. And interconnection data centers like ours tend to be smaller in size and require less power than most data centers that serve other purposes. So Reno continues to be an important market for us, where we've supported some interconnection out of 200 South Virginia since 2021 and recently recommitted to that location by expanding our space through a multi-year lease. In addition to 200 South Virginia, Centra has spent nearly 2 years looking for a site in Reno that could serve as a modern, purpose-built, neutral interconnection hub in Reno. 265 Keystone meets our needs, and we've been able to confirm key elements of our project, including power availability. On day one, we expect to use up to 3 megawatts of power, but get comfort knowing that NV Energy can serve more than double that amount. Secondly, we're able to apply our sustainability values and design principles in this location, allowing us to operate a data center requiring almost no water. And number three, we're able to contribute to the positive development of a neighborhood and site that has struggled over the past 10 years to attract a long-term developmental plan. With that as an intro, I'll now turn it over to our local partner, Josh Hindo from Kimley Horn, to share more about our project details.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Commission, for your time this evening. So starting with the site location, as you guys saw before, located on Keystone Avenue, south of 4th Street, north of 2nd Street, just south of the railroad tracks. And the site history, so as we mentioned, the site's been vacant for over 10 years. A very out-of-code, out-of-date building, boarded windows, asbestos, graffiti, as you can see in the photos, and a history of unhoused activity. A little bit on the surrounding zoning, specifically surrounded by some mixed use, mixed employment, and general commercial, industrial type uses, very similar uses. And a similar story on the land use. Our proposed use is a 91,000 square foot, 2-story interconnection data center, again intended to expand Centra's capacity to serve local customers. There will be 7 data halls, a total capacity, power capacity of 6.67 megawatts. That's all in, nothing more. And again, only using 3 day one. Air-based cooling technologies, so we don't use any water to cool the building. The only water used is for domestic fixtures, toilets, sinks, etc. So again, vacant site, surrounding uses are very, very compatible. We've got a data center actually located just south of the proposed data center, CenturyLink Data Center, 2-story building, as well as other telecommunications POPs, a stone's throw away. Around the rest of the site, so north of the site is the railroad tracks and the Maverick. East and west are very similar industrial and mixed employment type uses. And there are some residential uses to the south, as Jeff mentioned, but they are separated by a buffer of industrial and commercial uses. So our site includes the building, of course, and then the generator yards on either side of the building, with the truck dock located to the north, which should be essentially screened from the public right-of-way by the train tracks and the gas station. Site security fencing surrounding the entire site, ample parking, including 2 EV charging spaces. Here are some of the renderings showing the design of the building. The pictures you're seeing are facing Keystone. So we did a sightline study to show that the mechanical equipment, cooling equipment, both in the yards and on the ground and on the rooftop, are screened from the public view from Keystone and from Arletta. We did an acoustical study, so as Jeff mentioned, the existing noise from everyday noise generating activities on site does exceed the code maximum, and so we are investing $500,000 in acoustical barriers for the rooftop equipment and silencers to keep our noise levels 10 decibels below the existing condition and not further increase any sound generated from the site. Our landscape plan shows that we have 200% of the minimum landscape requirement with minimally irrigated, drought-tolerant plantings for the desert that we live in. There is an existing easement on the north side of the property that, if exercised, would be used by the city for a public bike path. Our landscaping, with the excess landscaping that we're providing, allows us to incorporate a bike path, and in fact, Centra is aware and supportive of the bike path for residents and for employees. We have had many conversations with NV Energy. We have received a will-serve letter for 6.67 megawatts of power in total. Day one, we will be using 3 megawatts, and Centra will be applying for the Green Energy Rider program to purchase 60% of their power from renewable sources. I do want to note that the power that we are using is within existing capacity. There's no substations, there's no additional power needed. There's simply, the only offsite improvements are to simply reroute and redistribute the power. So just as a comparison here for a sense of scale, The power profile of our 6.67 megawatt data center is equivalent to a 300,000 square foot casino, a 500,000 square foot manufacturing warehouse, and 1/4 of the Mall of America. We've worked together with NV Energy to determine a project schedule, and as you can see, just kind of want to highlight the infrastructure that they do need to install to serve the site will be completed before any of our construction of our on-site data center would be completed. So that's Q4 of 2025 is when we're anticipating the off-site NV Energy improvements to be completed to serve the 6.67 megawatts, with our site being completed around Q2 2026. So as Jeff mentioned, Centra is offering some sustainability conditions of approval. The first one to highlight that we did add recently was the photovoltaic system to be installed likely on the building or on the roof to incorporate on-site solar energy generation. We have waterless cooling system, so we're not using any water, and the water that we are using for domestic fixtures inside the building will be low-flow domestic fixtures. We're incorporating 2 EV chargers, low volatile organic compound materials for the building and finishes, and a construction waste management program during construction to separate materials. A little bit more on the sustainability, and as Chris mentioned, it's very important to Centra. The cooling system that we're using, it's not evaporative cooling as was previously discussed. It's air-based cooling, and again, does not use any water. In fact, the water that we're using is less than another similar project I've worked on, which was a gas station restaurant type use that had more water usage than our proposed project. More on the water, the fire suppressant system that we're using is the very early warning smoke detection system that allows us to spot fires within the building before they become giant fires and put them out sooner rather than later, therefore using less water. And that does not include any chemicals or any sort of PFAS type material for the fire suppressant, simply just water. Centra will also be including an end-of-life equipment recycling program. So for both Centra to use for their equipment as well as their customers, they will make it easy for them to recycle their materials to go on to future other sources. So within the master plan, there are sustainability policies. These are some of the ones that we're meeting with our site design, including the energy efficiency, renewable energy, the EV charging stations, among the rest of those listed here. Pass it back to Chris.
Thanks, Josh. I touched on redevelopment earlier, but wanted to just make a couple more points on this. The first is our project will generate over $100 million in tax revenue over the next 30 years. From a job standpoint, this project will generate jobs in Reno, over 100 local construction jobs during the construction phase, and 15 to 20 permanent operations jobs over the life of the project. And finally, the last point I'll make is about the economic ripple effect that our business will have on Reno. This interconnection facility will improve the overall quality of the internet in Reno over time and give local businesses an opportunity to reap the benefits of the services we offer, including interconnection and co-location. To sum up a couple final key points, number one, we think the land use and project design is compatible with the surrounding development and consistent with the Reno master plan and local zoning. We've offered up sustainable development conditions of approval of our project, which minimizes our use of water, maximizes our use of green energy from NV Energy, operationalizes our e-recycle program for equipment at end of life, and we also positively contribute to the local economy, generating tax revenue, jobs, and making Reno a more attractive market for businesses. Thanks for your time, and we look forward to the discussion and happy to answer any questions you might have. And we've got a broader team of folks from our company who may jump in.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to commissioners for disclosures, starting with Commissioner Becerra.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra, same disclosure as the former, and I swung by on my bike to check it out before this meeting.
Commissioner Villanueva, I read emails, and the project that was initially approved, I was on that board.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer, familiar with the site, read and received emails, met with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Del Villar, same as Commissioner Romeyer.
Commissioner Velto, same disclosures.
Commissioner Dracula, same disclosures.
All right, thank you. Now we'll go into public comment. I have some request to speak forms. Do we also have folks on Zoom?
We do have at least one person with their hands raised on Zoom.
Why don't we do Zoom first?
All right, Lisa, please unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm not going to repeat all the other stuff that's been said earlier in the meeting. I'll just make an additive comment here. Staff in the last discussion said that there currently are no thresholds regarding sustainability requirements that the city has at this point. It's been inferred by both of the applicants, including this recent one, with many specific agreements to add sustainability features to their project, no doubt to address some of the concerns that we are all vocalizing today. But as far as I know, there is no accountability in terms of holding these developers to task. And so I'm hoping again that we can put these developments on hold and turn to city council and other resource governing bodies to provide more guidance on specific sustainability accountability measures that we need to hold developers to. Times are changing, folks. Development needs are changing, and we need to respond accordingly. This is not business as usual anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move to public comment.
We have one more on Zoom if you'd like to do
Yes,
that.
please.
Participant first. Ms. Barron, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lily Barron. I have been watching this meeting and have grave concerns. I can't believe that as we are watching a place 8 hours away, literally on fire, in a place that we've experienced multiple fires this year, that we would think that that was out of the scope of health and welfare. I know a lot of us have children and have had children have to stay home from school because smoke inhalation is so dangerous for them. And I don't really think that that's out of the realm of health and welfare for the people in the city of Reno. And I'm really curious as to why we would be gambling that as parents and as people who are supposedly trying to redevelop or at least revitalize this area specifically, which is basically now just empty lots, which is also a factor contributing to us being the #1 fastest warming city in the country, which is very, very much a problem. And I don't see any of these data centers mitigating that risk. And in comparison with also all of the other work that we do, which is basically the antithesis of this around the river and working with tribal members, where this river goes directly into Pyramid Lake, which is essential to the indigenous community in our city, and we are on their land, to not even consider or hear their any representation from tribes, any representation from the fire department, any representation from any of the experts, health experts. except for some in public comment when we're considering these kinds of drastic measures that cannot be taken back once we do it. And I heard an applicant earlier say they didn't know what Las Vegas's water situation is. Well, we do, and I'm pretty sure everyone on that board knows what Las Vegas's water situation is, and it's not good. It has the highest amount of data centers of anywhere else. Nevada is leading in climate crisis, and we are looking at what our future looks like right now, 8 hours away. So please make these decisions with your children in mind, and with the people that have tended this land in mind, and with the future of all of us in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other online public comments?
We do not have anyone else in Zoom with their hand raised at this time.
All right, we will move to the public comment forms that I have here, starting with Daniel Weiss.
I don't know if I'll need these or not, we'll see. Hi, I'm Danielle Weiss. I was born and raised in Reno. I left after high school to attend architecture school in Seattle and then Stanford Business School before returning here 4 years ago with my architecture practice that I started in my young family. I had a dream to make this place my home again, and as such, I am distinctly interested in protecting this community and threats to its success. Thus, naturally, as an architect and community member, I'm inclined to hope for development and growth that is intended to enhance our city. When I was first introduced to the idea of a plot of downtown Reno becoming a data center, I was instinctually opposed. I began to do my homework, prepared to defend my distaste for the new entity being potentially bearing down on us. I have surprised myself. As I learned more and more about data processing, I began to understand its potential. Data centers are not just about technology. They are not the foundation. They are the foundation for a future where our community can thrive. The data processed in these facilities provides the backbone for a way of life we cannot even begin to imagine yet. We are standing literally on the tip of the iceberg of life that is going to change in ways so fanciful even AI cannot predict it. I decided to dig more deeply into what the future of AI and data access means to a community like ours. It means more ways to access education, medicine, finances, jobs, transportation, entertainment, communication, weather prediction, disaster response. It provides resources for firefighters, policemen, entrepreneurs, scientists, physicians, professionals, students, teachers, politicians, artists, elderly, the disabled, and on and on. With more access to faster data, we are not just enabled, but we are exponentially enhanced. I now believe that data is as essential as water and power. It is a utility that will empower us. Reno stands at a crossroads. We can either resist the inevitable data-driven future or embrace it. By choosing to lead, we can position Reno as a model for how vibrant growing communities can thrive in this digital age. There are valid concerns about energy use and community impact, but other communities have faced similar challenges and found creative solutions. For example, Aspen, Colorado implemented permit fees for energy-intensive snowmelt systems to fund solar power on public facilities. The TRPA faced landowners who wanted to build more than they were allowed at land coverage and created land swap opportunities to prevent water infiltration into the Tahoe Basin. I propose that the City of Reno creates a fund from fees collected at the permitting phase and allows stakeholders to decide at a later date how to use those funds to enhance our community. Let's not put the brakes on progress here and now.
Breck Dolan.
Hello, I'm Breck Dolan. I was born here, raised here, and wow, my heart's beating really fast right now. And it's not because I'm nervous at all. It's because of the passion and the hard work and the dedication and the soul that went into 265 Keystone property. I stood here on Zoom 3 years ago to get our stone and key approved, and now I'm one of the owners of the 265 Keystone property. we've run into multiple challenges with this property. And now today we have an unbelievable vetted establishment that is here to make this city better. And some of the challenges that we ran into, one was the interest rates rising the month after we bought our property. Now we have the dream to create an immersive experience in Reno, Nevada, and we will achieve that dream. It may not be on 265 Keystone property. However, if we're willing to work with the city, perhaps you guys might want to lease one of your properties to us and work with us. But my point here today is that so much goes into developing a property. So much heart, so much soul. And this property specifically is on the outskirts of the opportunity zone by one street. It's across the street. So everything negative has been pushed over to us. We've been broken into. We've had someone try to light our bar on fire because we're on 2nd Street in Keystone. That's Shanny Dolan's. I'm one of the owners of that places. And it is very challenging. Very challenging. And so today, I'm asking for you guys to vote yes on this property because it's going to make Reno better. It's going to clean up Keystone. It's going to help my bar. It's going to help the community over in that area. It's going to help the growth of downtown Reno. Why is downtown Reno blight? Is because things aren't getting passed like this. Let's pass this. Let's move forward with development and let's win as Reno. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nate Dolan.
Hello, I'm Nate Dolan, born and raised here also. Received my master's degree from the University of Nevada. Have strong roots here, as you guys can see. Granting a conditional use permit for a data center in this location presents a strategic opportunity to revitalize a long vacant space, addressing growing concerns in the surrounding area, and support technological development that will benefit the community. Here are a few reasons that the CUP should be granted. The space in question has been vacant for as long as I can remember. And that's kind of sad to me, knowing that Keystone is one of the biggest on and off exits in all of Reno. Allowing a data center to occupy this site will help revitalize the area, bring the building back to a productive use, and potentially enhance the overall attractiveness of the surrounding neighborhood, including but not limited to the increased property values, community engagement, and economic development. I'm also one of the owners of Shanny Dolan's, and I'd like to address the safety and security concerns. Because the opportunity zone ends across the street, it has led to increased social issues, including a lot of homelessness and disturbances in the area. By allowing a data center to occupy the space, the city can help curb the negative trends. Data centers tend to be secure, staffed locations that operate on a heightened security measures. The presence of such a business can help deter undesirable activity, reduce loitering, and bring a safer environment to the immediate vicinity. Moreover, the users of the data center are likely to invest on the upkeep and safety of their property, which will have a positive ripple effect on the neighborhood and businesses. I'd like to end by saying everyone in this room relies on technology and data, and I think it's safe to say we all know it's only getting more advanced, stronger, and isn't going anywhere. We have the option to vote yes today and to keep our city and community on pace with the rapid speed of the world is moving. Let's not let Reno be held back and keep a property vacant longer than it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Hawkins submitted a public comment form wishing not to speak, but in opposition, Tyler Hansen.
Howdy, Tyler Hansen. So I'm one of the partners on this project, and I'm also, I work in city planning, I work in placemaking, I work in AI, I work in metaverse, I work in data centers. I've worked in all of these aspects. And obviously we've learned that not all data centers are equal, right? And there's this whole idea about what's happened here that's gotten a very hot button issue. And as somebody who's been working, and I'm from here, by the way, and I love this town. And as someone who goes to other cities to try and help other cities figure out their city problems, one of the biggest problems is blight. But also, one of the other problems is actually having a good place to work. And having good information access is going to be so crucial. So I think that the considerations that you're all taking online with what your job is here today, to consider this, ours, 265 Keystone, put into consideration that all of these lives are behind it, Reno people who are up here trying to make this town better, and we tried so hard. I'm from here, I know that place. That place has been abandoned for almost 20 years. 20 years, people! And we have looked at endless amounts of things to put in there because we are on the fritz of being able to try to develop it. We can't develop it. We're in debt. We don't know what to do but find a buyer. Nobody will buy it because it's the same broken promised land right there that can't fit. You can't get in and out of it for traffic. You can't really do anything. Our impact on what we would have done there if we were successful would have made headaches all over. You guys would have put more rules on us to be able to figure out how to get in and out of Keystone because it is the busiest street in there. And so I'm telling you right now that that land, if you don't allow for this to go forward, is probably going to sit for another 10 years empty. That makes no sense, right? And I know that we care about the environment, but all data centers are not the same, okay? And these guys, I've looked hard with what they were doing. And I was opposed to it in the beginning too. A data center, I don't want a data center. I want art. But we have to find a balance here. And it's your jobs to make these decisions, but you can't blend all of this over. And I understand that people's concerned about the environment and everything. But we are going to get better at this technology. Data centers are not going to forever cost this much energy and take this much water. It's happening real time. Everybody knows that we need to solve this problem. So I hope that you can take that in consideration when you're talking about 265 Keystone, which you, the city, used to own, and now we need to do something with, or otherwise we sit on the sidelines again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then Rose Waterbeek.
Oh, I was both.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other public comments wishing to speak? Why don't we start with Olivia and then in the back, and then you have to fill out another form before
I
you
can do that. Olivia Tanager, again, for the record, on behalf of the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I just wanted to address some of the questions about energy planning, because that's something that my organization has also been very deeply involved in over the last few months. There was mention of the IRP, NV Energy's IRP that they filed with the Public Utilities Commission in 2024, which is legislatively required of them to do every 3 years. That was just approved at the end of 2024 by the PUC. But data centers was a huge topic of conversation throughout the IRP that the PUC considered. My organization intervened in that IRP because of the huge load growth that was projected. Because of the rise of AI and data centers, which of course will bring with it a huge amount of infrastructure, including 2 new gas peaking power plants that are producing or will produce once they are built a huge amount of fossil fuels, totally blowing us past our climate goals if we continue to rely on AI and data centers in the state of Nevada. So I know that that's not maybe encompassing of what you have to make your decision off of, but I did want to say that the rise of AI and data centers will have impacts to Nevada ratepayers who are already struggling to pay their utility bills. So that's a concern that my organization has, again, understanding that maybe that's not a policy that you can make your decision off of, but it does have a material impact to the people of Reno, and will continue to have long-term impacts to the people of Reno. The other thing that I wanted to note was, again, about the administrative interpretation, Mr. Velto. That was issued about a year ago, and it was not noticed or agendized, and so we did not have an opportunity to appeal that administrative interpretation. It was never brought before the public until, so far as I know, it was applied very recently. I would ask that going forward, all interpretations that affect people of Reno, I just want to put on the record, will be properly noticed and agendized so folks can have an opportunity to engage in what's essentially legislating on behalf of the administrators of the city of Reno, because that is a material decision that impacts Renoites, and people should have the opportunity to be able to engage in and comment on decisions like that. So thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind the comment for.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I am part of Reno Sunrise Movement Hub. This is not something I normally do. I don't really speak out unless I feel the need to speak out about things, and this is something I need to speak out on. I live less than a mile from this area. I'm very familiar with Keystone. I'm very familiar with living in this area. I've lived here over 2 years now. And this is an area that is not compatible. This project is not compatible for this area. This is an area of developing local artists. This is an area where there are hub plant stores, hub pottery projects. This is an industrial area that's affordable. So there are a lot of local artists and people that find it to be really important. Local thrift shops, local places that people my age, people that like to get out into the community and do things and put our money back into the community, go to and go towards. I also, since I live in this area, I experience multiple power shortages often, twice a month. And this is an area that holds outdoor markets for locals that sell handmade goods. EV charging is not something that we need and is not applicable to this area. We don't need a data center that obscures the tons and tons of homeless people that live in this area, that this is where they go when they get kicked out of downtown and when they get denied into any sort thank you, Dolan Brothers. This is an area that where people get denied shelter and they go to Keystone. This is an area that doesn't need some glamorous, huge, ugly brick building blocked by drought-resistant trees, causing more drought in our city. This is not a project with the community in mind, and this is something that I want to make known on the record. Reno Sunrise Movement does not stand with this movement. We're also concerned about the ejection of air as a pollutant, also something to be considered as opposed to water. And I don't think Keystone needs to be cleaned up. I think that's a horrible terminology. I think Keystone is a gray area that is rent controlled and allows local artists and people to be and go and feel welcomed and to put back into the community.
Thank you. Excuse me, could you state your full name for the record just for?
My full name is Lauren Kern.
Okay, thank you. And fill out a comment card. All right, thank you. I didn't have any other forms.
I do not have any other forms.
Sorry,
And
please come up.
Hello, my name is Jordan DeShiel for the record. I am a senior at UNR. I also don't do a lot of public speaking. I'm pretty sure I'm the youngest person in this room, so forgive me if my voice is shaking. I'm a senior at UNR. I'm going to graduate in May with an environmental engineering degree. I will also be joining the Order of the Engineer. Environmental stuff is really important to me. And if there ever was a data center that you were gonna approve, I think it's this one. This one has all the sustainability features that I was looking for when I came to this meeting. But that being said, I don't know if this close to downtown Reno is the place to put a data center. It's so much bigger than any of the buildings in that area. And like Lauren said, there's a lot of growing artists and things in that area. I'm really sorry to the Dolan family for like how impactful this property has been on their lives, but I don't think that the people of Reno should have to shoulder that burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the public? All right, we will close the public comment and open it up to Planning Commissioner questions. Are we all worn out?
Yes.
I can, okay. I can go if you want. Yes. Okay. Commissioner Del Villar, I have a question for Jeff. It's been a while since you've gotten some exercise, so pop on up. You mentioned that right now the site is two different zones. It's industrial and multi-use, I think, or is that, did I understand
The
that?
zones are general commercial and industrial.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there anything that needs to be done to, it doesn't matter that they're sort of two different, okay.
Nope.
Just curious. And then also.
It's not a normal thing, but it's not
Sure. It's not.
unprecedented and nope, nothing special.
Awesome. I just wanted to check. And then somebody brought up the distance of the concerns about whatever contamination or flow, et cetera, to the river. I'm just kind of curious, how far is the river from the data center? I know it's across the street and.
Can you pull up my presentation? I don't have a linear feet distance, but let's take a look at the.
We can eyeball it. I was just curious because I hadn't thought about it, so.
Sure. Yeah, so the project site is to the north while we're waiting for this to come up.
Yeah.
And I recognize I did not benchmark the location. In-N-Out Burger is close to it. That's what I meant to show you
In-N-Out
kind of
Burger's
where this
closer,
was
yeah,
in relation
okay.
to In-N-Out Burger.
I see, because it's got the, okay.
Yeah,
That-
so you can see the river to the
Okay,
south.
thank
there.
you. I appreciate that. And then I had one more question for you. Where'd it go? Can you, we've talked about this a couple of times and it's come up a couple of times. Can you explain non-conforming again, just so
Sure.
it's all sort of fresh in our minds?
Sure, yeah. So let me go to the slide that shows that, just to be able to illustrate it a little bit more clearly. So there are residential uses that I'm showing you here that are on parcels that are zoned in such a way that would allow residential uses to be proposed, okay? There are a couple of closer uses here that are also residential, however, their underlying zoning is industrial. So those would not be allowed to be proposed under the industrial zone if it was a new application. And that's what makes them non-conforming. They're existing, but their underlying zoning would not allow the use.
Understood. Thank you. That's all I had for Jeff. I have more questions for the applicant, but I can.
If I can just chime in to clarify one question, the river is approximately 1,800 feet south.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start pretty soft, and I'll actually preface this with what I'll say later on, which is I'm actually open to data centers. You know, I'm just kind of iffy about what we have to work with in evaluating them currently, and that's what we're striving to get. But for the sake of this presentation or this project, there used to be, from my understanding, a community benefit agreement with this parcel or property. Is that correct? And maybe I already see my guy Gordon over there ready to jump in. So
Yeah, he's definitely more qualified to speak on that than I.
Awesome. Yeah, tag team like usual. Hey, Gordon. And I was just wondering if that community benefit agreement is still in play. If it's not, just so I align my questioning, properly.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Garrett Gordon on behalf of the applicant. So this property was owned by the City of Reno. It was a remnant parcel from RETRAC. City of Reno, including your downtown action plan, has policies, which you've heard a lot about what the people of Reno wanted. The people of Reno created a downtown action plan. Part of the downtown action plan was to revitalize and redevelop downtown Reno, but specifically these remnant parcels along the railroad, because you can't put any use along the railroad. The city held this vacant parcel for a long time. Nothing happened to it. So the city solicited developers to come in and develop something that was compatible next to a railroad track or a railroad line. And so there was an agreement between the city and buyer to in fact develop something. That agreement has expired. Now you have that property owner sold it to the current owners, the Dolan family. They are not subject to any community benefit or any other requirements. If so, that would have come up when they came forward with their use permit for their outdoor festival space. That's kind of before, now they own it, now they're transferring it to my client, and we're here today to focus on certainly, the findings moving forward. But that in the chain of title was kind of 2 or 3 steps ago that dealt with those community benefits.
Okay, perfect. That helps a lot, Gordon. Thanks a lot. I think Mr. Tyler, somewhere back there, already sold it as a community benefit to some extent, I think. He was pretty enthusiastic, I think. I guess my follow-up question or comment is I do appreciate how these data centers are different, and that's the challenge before us, right? It's like this one has a lot of sustainability components, other ones may or may not, so I appreciate what this one is doing. Since I trek there on a bike, what can you tell me about the bike path? 24/7?
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the findings, and I think the commissioner mentioned this, the bicycle path. So when the city sold the property, they reserved an easement along the railroad tracks, about 20-foot easement. Now, they did that for a couple reasons. One, the Union Pacific reserved or has an easement along both sides of the railroad track for 20 feet going both ways. So that also limits what you can develop here because you have an area where you can't build anything vertical. But 2, the city was smart and said, also reserve an easement to the city in order that for connectivity, which is in the master plan, connectivity, trails, downtown accessibility to folks. So there is a reservation for an easement for the city to come in and connect their bike trail if and when they decide to do so.
Great, thank you. And one follow-up, if I may, Chair. Thank you. The Reno Sparks Indian Colony had reached out asking for a construction schedule and all that. Would that be readily available to them so they can monitor if needed?
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So I did the deal with the city on the north side of the tracks for the Maverick. And there is a tribal monitoring agreement recorded on all this area in order to allow the tribe to be there and monitor to make sure there's no artifacts or burial remains found. So 100% yes, we'll comply with that agreement. 2, my client's been proactive, already talked to Michonne at the tribe, given her the agreement, provided her with a timeline, and making sure that they're part of the process from day one.
Was that provided today? Because it wasn't provided yesterday when she called.
It was provided over the phone today, either verbally, and also we'll follow up with the schedule ASAP.
Mr. Ben? He's raising his hand. Sorry, Gordon. And I'm sorry, Chair.
Hi, Commissioner. If I may, just to add some more light to your question, Commissioner. So I've been in constant contact with the Indian Colony, and Michonne and I talked on the phone today. We don't have a final schedule because we're waiting for the conditional use permit to put that together to go out for an RFP to bring a full schedule to the Indian Colony. They have been with us hand in glove every step of the way. And we're in constant contact.
Great, thanks, Joe. I'm going to take a step back for a moment. Hopefully everyone got a nap and can...
May I respond one more, Madam Chair? So you asked a good question about how does the master plan findings...
Yes, sir.
How do you comply with them? So the legal requirement is substantial conformance. So you can't conform with, every project doesn't conform with every single master plan policy. Right? It has to be in substantial conformance. And I would argue that the project you heard earlier, right, you had your master plan lens on at the North Valleys, which I think has a different context and a different analysis than you have downtown, right? Downtown, you have not only your master plan policies for blight, for underutilized properties, for redevelopment, but you have that sub-document of the downtown action plan that includes safety, no vandalism, right? Cleaning up blighted properties that have been there for 10+ years. So I think when you're looking at the master plan, you can look at this a little differently than you looked at the item before, because this is downtown and there's a lot more, there's additional plans and requirements that apply that I think why staff could make all the findings. And one of your public commenters said, well, what about health or fire or police? Just for the record's clear, I know the commission knows this, but the application goes to the health department, the fire department, the police department, your sustainability manager, and all of them support the recommendation of approval to move this project forward.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My question was just answered, actually, so.
I gotta remember what it was. Question for the applicant, or actually whomever, the owner of the parcel, the rep, or it doesn't matter. Someone who can answer with respect to how the land is, the current state of the land and potential for development. Staff, applicant.
Let me give it a shot, Commissioner.
Okay,
And then
sure.
Maybe I can pull in the bullpen if I need to.
So we, I've heard once, twice, maybe 3 times tonight that this land is hard to develop. Do we really know that? I mean, nothing's really been presented that.
Well, hold on, hey, calm down. Calm down. That's a good question. Calm down. Calm down.
Nothing's been presented today, and not that it has to be. We got to be careful with the verbiage that we use on the record when we say, this land is limited in how it can be developed. And so there's nothing been presented today that suggested that, and maybe that is the case. But as far as the record is concerned, I don't know that, and maybe, that could be presented at a later date. But I mean.
So appreciate the record and appreciate, right, we deal here with substantial evidence, right? We don't deal with hypotheticals about load counts that the PUC might come up with or other things, right? What are the facts on the record tonight? And the facts are your downtown action plan that was approved by the Reno City Council says that remnant parcels along the railroad tracks are difficult to develop. Why? Because the way they're shaped, right? They're all different kinds of shapes. 2, because you have the noise that sits there, right, on the railroad tracks. 3, you have these weird access points off Keystone and Mill, and as you head down the tracks, it's difficult to access. So you have substantial evidence on the record that says these are difficult to develop. Now look what's happened the last 3 times. The city sold the land for a development. That development expired, they couldn't put it together. Number 2, the Dolan family bought the land, came and got an entitlement from this body, which I can tell you, and cost a lot of time and money and expense to go through an entitlement. It's not free. They did that in anticipation of developing it, right? That development didn't come to fruition. So they lost all that money on the entitlement. So now you have a data center coming in, which is a great use for this particular parcel, 200% over landscaped, which is part of the downtown action plan as well, is downtown's kind of a pavement nightmare. We're trying to get more trees and urban growth down there. And have someone coming in and say, we can finally develop this piece of property, given the challenges of railroad track, topography, Keystone, access, et cetera. So I think all that combined puts on the record the difficulty that the city's acknowledged and the history of the property and where we are today.
And I won't get into it with you. You make your record, obviously, it's your applicant. But I mean, off the top of my head, and I'll just let the statement, and then I'll yield. But storage facility, U-Haul storage site. I can think of a couple different ones that would work with this site. But we won't bicker back and forth about that. But I just.
And just so the record's clear, again, talking about the project that was just denied versus this one, and the public health, I'll make sure to put this on the record. This is 1.8 acre feet versus 7 acre feet of water that you just denied. And the 1 acre feet of water has nothing to do with the data center. It's just the office. It's the sinks and the toilets and everything that's used in the office. So I just want to make that clear for the record, that we're absolutely different as far as water usage and how the water is being used in this project versus the last one.
Can I make one comment?
I have questions for, I'm not sure if it's the CEO or who, but basically and this kind of goes to Mr. Gordon's point about the different data centers and different usages of energy. So we've talked about edge, we've talked about colo, we've talked about hyperscale to an extent, and now this is an interconnection data center. I'm just hoping somebody can kind of explain sort of the differences. And yeah, if you wouldn't mind. And then also, can you also expand a little bit, because I know you have a footprint here in Reno, and this is sort of to extend some of the services you're offering. So I'd love for you to kind of talk a little bit about that, about how it's going to help local businesses and connectivity and residents, and also the difference between these different types of data centers. That'd be great. Thank you.
I'll give it a shot. So yeah, we would describe our data center as an interconnection data center. There are a couple of things about interconnection data centers. They're not real common. They tend to be a little bit smaller in size than other data centers. They're neutral facilities, so they're not used for like our business purposes, but it's used for a bunch of players that are in the internet space to come together and essentially interconnect, or to cross-connect and share traffic with each other. It's kind of where content and eyeballs come together. So content players, cloud players that serve enterprises, and then carriers, which could be local ISPs, big national carriers. They could be long-haul providers or metro fiber providers, mobile operators. It's a spot where they can come together and exchange that traffic to generate some of the benefits that I talked about. So by doing that in more places, if you zoom out and think about the country as a whole, like that's happening right now, and I'll call them like the NFL cities, and it's starting to roll out a little bit more to the next wave of cities. And Reno is really ripe for this kind of a facility because, in part, because there's a lot of development out in the TRIC. There are a ton of, there's a ton of fiber that runs through this city, both long haul routes and metro fiber routes. There are more fiber routes being built through Reno, and those providers need a place to land their fiber. The best place for them to do that would be in a neutral facility like ours, where they can cross-connect with other players. So we don't need a massive amount of power, because what we're doing is just facilitating this connection. Sure, there will be equipment, there will be servers, but that's primarily in the service of standing up this interconnection site. Now, I think one of the bigger benefits to the community is because the site is a modern site and it's a neutral site, it does become a candidate location for enterprises, local businesses, to come in if they want to and put their servers in our facility. And we're fully prepared to do that, and our planning and power requirements contemplate all of that. And, you know, to the extent that, I don't want to get too wonky here, but with the focus on enabling AI and there's many massive facilities that are training language models. And I think what you're going to see over time is that more compute is going to shift to the inference side of AI. So as businesses and individuals try to tap into those models and use them, you're going to want to be able to support inference in more places closer to end users. Our facility will be a candidate facility for that, which will deliver better internet services to businesses, educational institutions, and individuals who live here in Reno.
Got it. And will that won't exceed the 6.67 megawatts?
That's right.
Thank you.
You bet.
That was all I had.
Any other questions? Commissioner Draculich, did you have questions?
No, thank you.
All right, are we ready for discussion?
I had a question.
Oh, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question. It was a follow-up to perhaps Gordon. You could probably knock it out. Back to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I think there was you and I had connected prior to this before just to kind of explore what was going on with this project. And I think we talked about who was paying or covering the monitoring of the ground disturbance by the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And I couldn't remember, was that Reno or the developer, or I guess your client?
That's in the monitoring agreement that's recorded on the property. I'd have to go back and and take a look.
Okay.
It's not part of this application, but I'm happy to work offline with you and the tribe to get that flushed out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Thanks.
Discussion? You want to start us off? Commissioner Becerra. Or how about,
I was going to ask a question, but
Okay.
actually, no, I'll do discussion.
okay, let's do it.
Sure. Like I said earlier, I'm open to data centers. I'm just really disappointed with what tools or lack thereof we currently have to actually evaluate them in a way that isn't just a yay, go build them, but we don't know what the benefits are to the community long term, economically, not just feel good stuff. And I appreciate Commissioner Velto always putting on his kind of thorough, witty, thoughtful take, and I really do appreciate it. My question for Velto, could be rhetorical or not, was going to be, in what world would you possibly not agree to move forward with such a project? Or is the default like a yes? Just to help me better understand like how you're evaluating these to find that alignment.
This is probably a better conversation for us to have offline. It's tough for me to think of hypotheticals when there are so many instances where I could see myself voting no on a project, and I have voted no before.
Yeah.
I do think this project, I can make all the findings based on what I've seen in the record and what's been presented by the applicant as well as staff.
Great. Thanks, fellow commissioner. Do appreciate you. I'm going to yield for now.
Commissioner Dracula, just to kind of dovetail with you, Commissioner Becerra. Yeah, I guess when I see something 106 million in sales tax revenue, I do see that as a massive positive impact in helping our resources for fire and police and infrastructure. So when we see a business like this that really is not that impactful on traffic and other, what I see as important immediate safety factors, but seeing a sales tax boom like that isn't appealing to me. And they describe that in one slide, and maybe we need to understand that more. But I'm going to take that at face value and respect that and see it as positive.
I guess I'll follow that particular comment. A lot is said about the revenue that comes from data centers, and the sales tax particularly strikes me as an interesting one because a lot of the equipment is not actually sourced in Reno or the Truckee Meadows. So that sales tax may not actually come to our community. So that is something that I think when we have a presentation, as been recommended on data centers and what they mean as sort of a workshop to this planning commission, those are things we should get answers on. I will say for this particular project, I find it in stark contrast to the one that we just reviewed. This one uses no water. This one provides solar on top of its facility. This one provides a bike lane. It does leaps and bounds more to meet the intentions of our master plan and use less resources. So in this case, I can support the data center.
Commissioner Dracula, again, Commissioner Vermeer, you're right, thank you. The sales tax, I don't want to act like I know for sure that everything's coming this way. The 12 million in property tax, that seems to be apparent, probably a lot more than what the current building is, but fair point. I wouldn't mind some more knowledge moving forward on really what that means to our community fiscally. So thank you.
Commissioner Villanueva, may I? So I can go on and ask a bunch of questions just like I did in the other application, but I'm exhausted. We've been seeing these. We have more coming, and a lot of my concerns are the same. I appreciate some of the changes that this application has that the other application didn't. Yes, but at the end of the day, I am concerned about the energy usage, and I just think that I view myself as an advisory board, and in some cases, I think it's appropriate that City Council make the decision. And this is something that they've been talking about doing, and they want to dive into. So in my mind, I have concerns, and I think I'm just going to make the recommendation. I'm going to make the recommendation that it be a no, but predominantly because I can't make the findings, but also because I'd like this to be presented in front of City Council and have them make the decision. So
Commissioner Del Villar, I don't have too much more to add. I definitely appreciated the UNR student who so articulately talked about, again, that if you're going to do a data center, this might be a good way to do it. But I also understand what she was talking about and some of the other folks about it not necessarily being compatible with the area as it currently is, and also to Commissioner Villanueva, where I still am concerned about just making sure that the city of Reno is taking into consideration all of our resources and again, I'm not opposed to data centers. Like I said, I use them every day. I use ChatGPT like seconds before I got here because I was running out of time, and so I appreciate them. But I do feel that the city of Reno needs to, and specifically the city council needs to come up with some more guidelines on how we can better approach these data centers as a whole and as they are individually coming to us as well.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Belto, you want to take a swing? I've already gone, but I'll go after you.
Yeah, I think we've talked about data centers now 3 different meetings. I don't know what new I can add to my understanding of compatibility and the other factors that we're supposed to evaluate. I guess I will incorporate by reference what I've said before and hope that, you all heard at least some of what I said in my views on this. With this particular project, I think that one thing that really stands out to me is some of the efforts they've made to ensure compatibility. I especially appreciate them pointing out that the project would have some sort of noise problems were it not for modifications they were making to address those problems. So I think they're kind of going out of their way to really make this project make sense for the area. I live relatively close to Keystone and find myself driving by that area, and this area, it makes sense to have this type of use that is, somewhat industrial and would kind of fit with what's happening in that area. So, I don't want to belabor the point on some of the other things we've talked about tonight, but I can definitely make the findings, and I think they've done a good job of kind of characterizing what it is that we're supposed to be looking at.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, fellow commissioners. Boy, howdy. Tough one, huh? I think, I'm true to my word that each one will be evaluated on its merits, case by case. This one is far different than the one in the North Valleys about an hour ago, as Chair Rohrmeyer mentioned. And I think that this particular applicant has gone above and beyond, and I'll fall back to what I've said, that we do need a bit more tools and guidance and so forth, but that's, stuff that we're working through. Unfortunately, you get to kind of see some of that laundry, but it's democracy, right? It's messy. And for this particular project, I will be able to support it, make the findings. However, it's very split, so don't go off, to the Cal Neva celebrating just yet. It's, I don't want my endorsement tonight to just be taken as something that's going to be an endorsement moving forward for all projects. And I do hope that City Council does take action, addresses these gaps, because I will stand in solidarity with my fellow commissioners here, as all of you probably know by now. And that's all I have to say.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
In the matter of case number LDC 25-00026, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the conditional use permit subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
And the one additional condition.
And I can make all the findings.
Commissioner Draculich, I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we'll still do a roll call vote.
Sure. Commissioner Becerra?
Yes.
Commissioner Del Villar?
No, based on the compatibility, and I'm not sure which finding number that is, but 5.
Commissioner Rohrmeyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Villanueva?
Commissioner Villanueva, I'm just looking for the findings so I can cite them. Okay, Commissioner Villanueva, no. And I cannot make findings 4, 6, 5, and compatibility, mainly because of the size, and I just think it interferes with the walkability. But again, I ultimately think that this just needs a deeper dive. I'm not necessarily opposed to data centers. And I just think that the city council, they're reviewing these, they should do them all at once rather than having a bunch of different decisions on them. But I'm a no, thank you.
Commissioner Draculich, did you vote?
Nope, but I am a yes.
He seconded, so
Oh, okay.
motion passes.
Thank you. Well, I'll read the appeal into the record. Any final action, not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission, may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 business days, starting on the day after the written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. All right, closing that. Congratulations, your project is approved. We will be closing the agenda items, the public hearing agenda items, and moving on to item number 7, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Update.
I'm happy to do this update.
Okay.
We have not had a meeting. However, there is some extremely good news, and that is the chair of our Reno Planning Commission will now become the next chair of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. So I just wanted to share that news.
Get a night at home again. Yes, thank you. All right, moving on to staff announcements. Mike.
Good evening. For the record, Mike Rayleigh. I do have several announcements. I'll start with council updates. At the January 8th meeting, the council did uphold your recommendation for approval on the Security Circle and Orcrest zoning map amendments. They also adopted the code cleanup with direction that staff is to prepare a staff report on data centers and bring that back either in February or March. And then based on council's appetite or direction, if they want to initiate any sort of text amendments, moratoriums, et cetera, they would provide direction to staff at that meeting. But as of right now, they adopted the code update kind of as is, so to speak. And then actually kind of moving on to the January 22nd city council meeting next week, they will consider the Carville Master Plan Amendment and zone change for the Reno Housing Authority that this body recommended approval on. We also have 3 appeals of Planning Commission decisions on the agenda on the 22nd. That would be the Plumas redevelopment or the Lake Ridge project that was appealed, the Webb Data Center appeal that was appealed by the Sierra Club, and then the applicant for the 7th Street tentative map has appealed that. That will go on the same night as well. So it'll be a full agenda of appeals on the 22nd. Following up on some direction to staff from the board, I did reach out to Jeff Brigger with NV Energy. He's going to work with their government affairs team to come back to this board with a presentation on data centers and how NV Energy approaches that. So that'll be, he's working with his team, and once we get a definitive date, I will get that, but I would expect that probably in February or March, that they'll be coming back forward. Also, in speaking with Scott Carey at the City of Sparks, he's on the board of the Nevada chapter of the American Planning Association. They are working on putting together a presentation on data centers as well, because this affects kind of the region. You know, Reno's not unique. Sparks is dealing with some of these issues as well. So when that is scheduled, I will provide the planning commissioners with an invite to that. It's anticipated that will be held, if it's here local, maybe potentially in person, but there will be a Zoom link. So I will provide that to all the members. We are also following up on other requests we've had for trainings. Angela and her team are putting together some additional training sessions, just based, we obviously didn't want to have one tonight knowing a long agenda, but we do anticipate that in our February meetings, there will be additional trainings for the commission. Last but not least, on our next agenda, we will have an agenda item to appoint a new regional planning commissioner to fill Harris's vacancy. That will then have to be confirmed by the city council, but this board will vote at the next meeting as to who they wish to appoint.
And there's a very likely chance that person could be the chair.
So, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Commissioners' suggestions for future agenda items?
Yeah, I would throw out, I think, sorry, I just interrupted Commissioner Draculich. I would say, thanks, Mike, for mentioning that you guys are gonna give us a little more direction. I mean, maybe we need to understand the fiscal impacts from EDON, you know, not only what sales tax revenue comes this way, but also what that means to their organization, how they attract bigger corporations, which is more revenue, XYZ. Maybe we need more understanding from NV Energy and Tumwa, what a giant, project like the one we said no to tonight, can they handle it? What does that all really mean? Because there were some reasonable questions in there. So I don't know how we would integrate that either to the agenda or what Mike was saying with any level of, maybe get a presentation of some kind. So just a thought.
Any other suggestions? Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Becerra, for the record, kind of build upon that momentum. I do appreciate that, Mike, you mentioned that City Council's kind of entertaining a text amendment and all that jazz. I'm a little bit more impatient. This is from my private sector side. So I would like to propose that a possible adoption of a resolution from this body to City Council to kind of nudge them to actually explore those text amendments and those modifications to do further studies on data centers, and maybe it runs parallel with all these presentations and all that jazz. And if that's possible, I would love to have it agendized for the next meeting on February 5th. I have a draft resolution that I can send to our Secretary of Record for the evening, and that could be distributed, and folks can chime in on it and build upon that. It's just a template, if you will. But I think it will actually help keep this good momentum going and get us to where we want to get to.
Excellent.
I'm going to actually ask for legal's opinion on how we go about that, just because I haven't done it in my experience. So,
I think we can talk to the city manager and she can talk to city council. And I think there was some discussion at our last meeting regarding addressing that issue. So we'll follow up on that.
Cool. We'll figure it out, right? And if it can't be agendized, I'll work with you, Mike. And I think this body is allowed to also hold a special meeting by a majority vote if it can't fit into a regular scheduled meeting. Okay.
Excellent. Good. All right. Now moving to item number 10, public comment. This is for public comment on any item or action or general public comment. Do we have anybody?
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I was gonna, can I?
Sorry. Scratch that. We
Is
will
it
not
for
go to public comment.
Don't we get our comment and then the public?
Our comment.
Like, don't we get an opportunity to do ending comments? Let me look at the agenda.
We are on commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. I guess that could be a pretty open forum.
I just want to clarify, I'll use this opportunity if I may. There was one thing I forgot to mention on the application for the application in the North Valleys today. I forgot to mention for the record, one of the other findings had an issue with the sewage as well. And I just want to make that clear for the record because that may be useful moving forward. And if I need to, I can get the application reference number. Is that something?
I think figure it out.
Pull it out of the.
Okay.
Hang on. Actually, I have it here. It is regarding LDC 25000022. I meant to include as part of my inability to make the findings the issue with the sewage capacity in the North Valley. So thank you.
Okay. Going back to public comment, did we have any public comment? Anybody on Zoom still with us?
We do not, no.
Okay. And nobody's left in chamber, so I'm going to close the public comment period and go to item number 11, adjournment. Any seconds? Motion?
Second.
Second, third.
All right. Yay. Good night.
That's a wrap.